Pare, hindi ka masukay, isang bote lang eh. Isang ano lang kami, isang tipo, dami namin. Next time.
Pure car. Hahanapin, huhulihin at tatanggalin ang bad odor.
Magandang linggo sa inyong lahat. Sana nakapahinga kayo. Ako talaga nagpahinga ako ng weekend nito. Sa totoo lang, hindi ako nakatulog nung Biyernes ng gabi. Exciting kasi yung Biyernes. Chinese New Year party ng Chinese Embassy. ewan ko kung nabalitaan nyo na, pero alam Lydia De Vega, si FL, dahil tinatanong siya ng media kung kamusta ang kanyang relasyon with VP Sara. Umalis siya matapos ipakita yung tape message ni VP Sara para sa Chinese New Year. Actually, nung nakita ko nandun si FL Lam, minabuti ko nang umiwas na lang kasi sabi ko, naku, hindi ko alam kung anong magiging reaction niya kung makita niya ako, no? So actually, umalis ako ng umaga. Pero, syempre, nabalitaan ko rin yung mga pangyayari at parang tama nga yung naging desisyon ko, no? Kasi alam naman ng lahat na napakalapit ni VP Sara. Sabi ko, baka mamaya magkaroon pa ng spoilers. So, umalis na ako ng maaga. Hindi na ako nagpakita kay Ambassador. Pero nagpakita ako doon sa kanyang media officer at sabi na mauna na ako. Tapos alam nyo ba ho, tatapatin ko kayo, hindi ako nakatulog. Kasi tinawagan ako ni Tatay Digo. At ang sabi niya, nakakuha siya ng impormasyon na anytime daw baka siya arestuhin. Naku, ang instinct ko tumakbo sa Davao, sabi ko naman, ano man magagawa ko kung ako itatakbo doon. Pero hindi talaga ako nakatulog. Now, syempre, nag-amoy-amoy ako kung ano nangyari sa Davao. Abay, parang may katotohanan ng sinasabi niya dahil nakakahalap ako ng balita na i-disband daw ang Task Force Davao. Itong Task Force Davao ay mga 700 na mga sundalo yan. No? At sila ay binuo para protektahan nga ang Davao sa banta ng terorismo. Pero syempre, alam nila na loyal sa mga Duterte itong Task Force Davao, so parang nagkaroon nga ng, yan po ugo-ugo ngayon na bubukin daw ang Task Force Davao. At ewan ko lang kung kumpirmado, pero nakakalap din ako ng impormasyon na lumipad daw noong Sabado ang Chief of Staff, si General Browder, dyan sa Davao. Hindi ko alam kung yan yung kanilang mga pinag-usapan. Pero ang kumpirmado, hindi kumpirmado na alam na ng mga Task Force Davao na parang may order na bubogin na sila. So hindi natin alam kung ano mga mangyari sa susunod na mga araw. Pero ganun pa man, I'd like to assure you na meron naman tayong mga contingency plans. Abangan na lang kung anong susunod na kabanata. Pero ngayon, pag-usapan natin, ano ba? Pwede bang magkaroon ng reconciliation pa sa panig ng Marcos Duterte? Well, bago po tayo mag-broadcast ngayon, nanood ako ng YouTube at isa sa napanood ko ay si Congressman Sandro Marcos na nagsasabi na ang opposition daw, mga dilawan at pinklawan, ang siyang pilit na pinagsasabog ng Marcos Duterte dahil alam nila na kinakailangan masira ang pagkakaisa ng Marcos Duterte para sa darating na midterm election ay makabalik ang mga dilawan at pinklawan. Well, posible po yan na talagang, siyempre, matutuwa ang pinklawan at saka dilawan kung tuluyang mabibiyak ang Marcos Duterte. Pero huwag natin kalimutan, no? May mga kamag-anak ang First Lady natin doon sa Dilawan Pinklawan. Palakas ng chismis na ma-appoint daw as bilang Secretary of Agriculture itong si Marojas. No? Hindi nga nangyari, pero kamag-anak kasi. Tapos ang daming mga Dilawan at Pinklawan na nasa kabinete. Ang pinaka-latest nga ay itong si Senator Ralph Recto na nakita nyo naman kung paano nila winelcome sa Lipa nung pumunta sa Batangas si Leni Robredo. No? Napakahirap ng kampanya noon sa Batangas para sa Marcos Duterte, although dahil talagang kasangga at kakampi natin si Governor Dodo Mandanas, overwhelming pa rin ang panalo. Pero ang talagang kingpin doon na senador ay si Ralph Recto at talagang kinampanya niya ay si Leni Robredo. Pati nga yung Vice Governor na si Mark Leviste, siya ay Rosa Robredo Duterte. No? Pero overwhelming pa rin naman ang support para kay PBBM. So, ang tanong ko lang, bakit kinakailangan pang sirain ng pinklawan at dilawan ng Marcos Duterte? Ang dami-dami ng mga pinklawan at Duterte at dilawan sa kabinete. No? Hindi lang naman si dating Senator Recto, nandyan pati si Housing Secretary. No? Alam natin ay in-law ni Jojo Ochoa na napakalapit din. Tsaka siyempre yung mga iba pang economic team, alam naman natin yan na talagang loyal sila doon sa kanilang estudyante sa UP School of Economics na si Leni Robredo. No? At marami pa talagang iba. Nandiyan si Secretary Pascual na talaga namang lantarang naging dilawan yan. No? Pero sa akin, siguro, he just wants the best, kaya kinuha niya. Pero ang punto nga, hindi na kinakailangang pagbiyakin ang Marcos Duterte as far as the dilawans are concerned at pinklawan kasi ang prediction ko, baka magkaroon na sila ng common slate pagdating ng eleksyon. Baka humiwalay ang mga Duterte at magkaroon ng common slate ang Marcos kasama mga dilawan at pinklawan. Tandaan niyo po yan, sinabi ko po sa inyo yan. Okay? Lalong-lalo na dahil marami ring mga brats sa fraternity itong si Specker, no? Doon sa kabilang kapo, kasama na si Francis Pangilinan na siguro magbabalik na senador. No? So, hindi malayo yan na po pwedeng sumama sa isang slate ang Francis Pangilinan sa Marcos na kapo. Pero ang tanong ngayon natin gabi, setting aside yung motibo ng mga piklawan at dilawan na sa tingin ko hindi naman totoo dahil ang dami ng piklawan dilawan sa Marcos camp, pwede pang mag-reconcile ang Marcos at Duterte. Doon sa aking column kahapon sa Philippine Star, 3 ang aking nakitang pamamaraan para mabuo muli ang unit team. No? Unang-una, yung isulat, yung non-cooperation sa ICC. Kasi ito talaga yung trigger ng pagkawalan ng tiwala ng mga Duterte sa Marcos. Dahil nga paulit-ulit na hindi raw makikikooperate at kasama sa cooperation yung pagpapaaresto. Yung pinaka-importanting form of cooperation ay yung pagpapaaresto kung mag-issue ng warrant of arrest. Paulit-ulit na sinasabi ni Presidente Marcos yan for the 100th time. Pero ito nga po ay sinusuway ng malapit na kaalyado ni Specker, si Justice Secretary Rebulla. Talagang binanggit niya. Kaya napilitan si PBBM na magsalita muli na makikipagtulungan na ang Justice Department dahil nga doon sa resolution ng House. Now, ang sabi ko naman, kung talagang sincero naman ang PBBM, bakit hindi siya mag-issue ng memorandum circular, presidential memorandum circular to all departments under the executive branch, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police. You are hereby ordered not to cooperate with the ICC in view of the fact that we had ceased to be a member of the ICC and under no obligation to cooperate with the ICC. Highlighting that further cooperation with the ICC is a violation of our sovereignty and national jurisdiction. No? So, simple as that. Anong reaksyon? Mukhang hindi po sila payag. Dahil ang sabi nila, parang nakakalalaki naman yan, nagsasalita ng presidente, hindi pa sapat yun. Talagang hindi sapat yun. Kasi talagang pati sa korte, kinakailangan may nakasulat. Yung pagko-cooperate, walang nakasulat, kaya hindi ka makapunta sa hukuman para sabihing pigilan kasi sasabihin ng hukuman, nagsalita na pero nasan yung kasulatan na talagang hindi makikooperate? Wala rin. Diba? So hindi ka makapunta dahil meron siyang verbal sa hukuman, dahil meron siyang verbal na hindi siya makikooperate, sasabihin walang case or controversy, hindi ka rin makapunta para pigilin dahil may order na hindi makikipag-cooperate. So sa akin, minimum requirement yan. So kung hindi talaga isusulat yan, parang hindi mamabalik yung tiwala na ang ganti ng mga Marcos sa Duterte ay papaaresto sila sa ICC at papadadala sa Hague. At ito po ay hindi lang si Presidente Duterte, pati na si VP Duterte na alam nating dinadawit itong lukulukong walang kredibilidad na Las Calles na ito. Ang pangalawang suggestion ko, siyempre, yung pagtigil sa pirma. Hindi ko po alam kung ano na nangyayari. Pero ang latest declaration ng mga kongresista, tuloy pa rin ang pagkakalap ng pirma. So, iba talaga ang sinasabi ni Presidente, iba ang ginagawa ni Mr. Specker. So, sa tingin ko, kahit paulit-ulit ng sinasabi ni Presidente na itigil na yung pirma na yan, yung bribery initiative na yan, hindi talaga magtitigil sila. Kasi at stake na yung liderato ni Specker. Kung ititigil na yan, ang laking kahihiyan niya ni Mr. Speaker. Kung ititigil niya yan, automatic yan. Dapat magbitiw na siya as Speaker. Kasi wala na siyang mukhang ihaharap sa kanyang mga kongresista. And I think, hindi pa siya ready magbitiw. Yan lang naman ang aking pananaw. Na talagang pag pinigil niya yan, wala na siyang mukhang ihaharap sa mga kongresista niya, kinakailangan siya magbitiw, happy-happy siya as Speaker. Bakit siya magbitiw? At pangatlo, yung more social encounters, yung hindi function, yung sila-sila lang, nang ma-renew yung ties nila. Basing on what happened doon sa Chinese Embassy na nagtatatakbo ala Lydia de Vega, ang First Lady, nung tinatanong siya kung kamusta ang kanyang relasyon kay Inday Sara, mukhang hindi mangyayari yan in the near future. Well, in fairness, pareho naman sila hindi plastic. Si VP Sara naman, wala naman siyang masamang ginagawa. No? Wala siyang masamang pinakikita kay FL. Si FL ang nag-snap sa kanya na nakita ng buong bayan. At ang sabi ko nga sa column ko, pag in-snap mo naman ng taong may mandato, parang ini-snap mo rin yung 32 million na bumoto sa kanya. Samantalang ang FL, hindi naman halal ng taong bayan. No? So parang, pero yung indikasyon na yon, parang hindi siya papayag na mag pleasantries with the VP. At pareho silang hindi plastic, which I appreciate. Siguro the most that we can expect from both of them is to be civil towards each other. Pero yung socials, mukhang imposible sa ngayon dahil pareho ngang hindi ready to see each other socially. Hindi ko lang alam kung anong magiging reaksyon ni VP Sara, pero sa tingin ko, siyempre, tao rin naman yung isa. Kung ayaw mo sa akin, ayaw ko rin sa'yo. Di ba? Ganun lang naman yun. No? So parang malayo rin mangyari. So, hindi po walang pag-asa ang pag-reconcile, pero hindi po yan mangyayari in the near future. Siguro hayaan natin kumupa. At siguro magsimula tayo dun sa mga social gatherings kasi kinakailangan ma-improve yung interpersonal relations nila dahil kung wala namang mas mabuting interpersonal relations, hindi po sa panig ni PBBM at ni VP Sara. Kasi tingin ko po walang lamat sa panig ni VP Sara at ni PBBM. Kung hindi, sa panig ni VP Sara, sa panig ni PRRD at sa mga supporters ni PBBM, nangunguna na si FL Lam at saka si Mr. Espeque. Kung hindi po talaga ready na makipagkasundo yung dalawa na alam nating napakalaking influensya sa ating presidente, mukhang hindi maaayos yung kanilang interpersonal. So there has to be a willingness na talagang to set aside their differences para magkaisa muli ang unity. Bagay, kung totoo naman ang aking iniisip, parang hindi na kinakailangan sa panig ng Marcos magtuloy pa sa unity kasi kasama na nila ang Pinklawan at Dilawan. Bakit ba sa tingin nyo napakatahimik ng Pinklawan at Dilawan sa pirma? Di ba kayo nagtataka? Alam naman natin yan, taktakera yung mga yan. No? Si Lenny dati talaga ayaw tumigil. 6 na taon ng presidency ni Duterte hindi tumigil. Pero ngayon, not a single word against pirma. Di ba? Napapansin niyo yan? So kung talagang ang bagong unity team ay ang Marcos at ang Dilawan at Pinklawan, bakit pa sila makikipag-ayos sa mga Duterte? So ngayon, ang tumatayo, kung hindi makikipag-ayos, ang tunay na opposition ngayon ay Duterte camp na sana hindi mangyari. Ako po, uulitin ko. Umakyat ako sa entablado ng unity team. Nakikiusap po ako sa mga supporters. Kasi mga principals natin, si PBBM at VP Sara, wala namang problema. Si Presidente Duterte naman, maaayos din yan. Ma-assure lang na hindi nila gagalawin ng kanyang anak. Siguro naman po, mga magulang na nakikinig sa akin, naintindihan ang sasabihin ko, na kapag na-assure mo na hindi targetin ng kanyang anak, mananahimik na siya happily in retirement. Sana nga po, magkaroon ng openness sa kampo ng mga Marcos at ng mga Duterte dito sa pag-aayos on their interpersonal relations para po sa bansa. Dahil alam naman po natin hindi nyo napapansin pero ang presyo ngayon ng gasolina at diesel, record high na po. Dami lang nating problema sa politika kaya hindi natin napapansin yan. Pero record high na po yan at tataas pa. Mantakin niyo po kung ano magiging impluensya niyan sa pagtaas ng presyo ng iba pang mga bilihin. Okay? Agree ba kayo? Disagree? Tignan po natin ang ating mga texters. Okay. Si RLN de Venecia, hindi na mangyayari. Mga Duterte kasi ay political geniuses, strategies, and well-versed sa art of war, unlike Marcoses. Well, sana wag naman po. Umaasa pa rin ako na po pwede pang mag-reconcile. Maldita me. For me, spokes, no. Let's draw a line between Marcos and Duterte. Enough na nga naman paggamit sa mga Duterte. Duterte is really good leaders. Hindi nila dissevered yung mga huyangong tagasunod. Jojo, Liza ang utak diyan, wala nang iba pa. Maria Teresa Ninyal, hello po attorney, watching from Dubai. Nakaabot rin sa live. Naku, salamat po Nyo. Sana maayos rin ang gusot, problema dyan sa ating bansa. Praying po sa bansa natin. I'm praying also for reconciliation. JJ Dayaw, Attorney Roque, buti na lang po andyan ka at hindi kami naliligaw ng landas. Si PRD lang talaga ang karapat-dapat na mamuno sa ating bansa dahil sa tapang at malasakit. Mga kaibigan mahal na mahal ko si PRRD, pero presidente na po natin si PBBM. So let me also give him a break. Ang sinasabi ko lang, hindi kinakailangan magpangayan dahil nag-react lang naman si presidente nung sa tingin niya may banta sa kanyang anak na si VP Sara. Kung mawala yung bantang yan, tingin ko mananahimik na rin siya. Nilo Revoltar, bakit ayaw pa alisin si Tamba at kasuhan lahat ng involved sa PI? Tingin ko po, that is the best move also to assure the Duterte. Hindi ko na siya ginawang pang-apat kasi sa totoo lang, problema na nilang magpinsan yun. Diba? Basta masunod yung tatlo, baka naman po pwedeng ma-ignore natin na nandiyan pa rin siya. Pero tama po, pang-apat na condition dapat yun. Darlene D, Nakakalungkot man pero hindi na ito possible po. Sana magkaroon ng milagro. Wow, 61K na subs. Follow na rin po kayo, fellow viewers. Road to 100K. Okay. Oo. Bailey Ginag. Hi, good evening, attorney. Tanong ko lang, kung sakali po ba napayagan ni PBM ang ICC at nakipag-cooperate ang mga pulis o sundalo sa ICC, posible bang makulong si Tatay Digong kung meron pong Pilipino na aaresto kay Tatay Digong dahil wala pong sariling pulis ang ICC. Ang aaresto po dyan, pulis Pilipino or sundalong Pilipino. Donglax Vlog, sa tingin ko din, attorney, nagtimpi na rin yan si VP Sara. Pag yan sumabog, iwan ko na lang din. Kasi lahat ng birada nila tambaluslos kay VP Sara namang ginawa ang presidente, pero depensahan ang VP niya. Okay? Wala namang ginawa ang presidente para depensahan. VP Sacuber, attorney, kahit pa yan magsanib puwersa ang Marcos pati sa Pinklawan, dinayan mananalo sa 2028 election. Alam kung bakit ang taong bayan, alam ang totoo kung sino ang tunay na nagsaserbisyo ng tunay sa ating bansa. Huwag ka mataranta, diretso na yan sa inodoro. Kayo naman, ang layo pa ng 2028, meron pang 2025. Ang worry ko, pag hindi sila nagkaisa, baka maka 5 o 6 o 7 pang senador yan sa susunod na eleksyon. No? At mas malaki magiging problema ni PBBM kasi nga ngayon, wala naman iisa lang yun doon, napakaingay. No? Dagdagan mo pa ng 7 yan, mas mahirap para sa kanya. Unless nagkaisa na nga sila. Si Ron Candle, is Marcos trying to hide something? Confused pa kami dahil iba-iba ang sinasabi niya. Dapat he has to address the present issues ng bansa. Hindi naman alam kung may concrete solution ba siya. Well, tama po yan. Kailangan talaga sabihin na niya ang solusyon sa yung mabilis sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, kawalan ng trabaho at bababang sweldo. Rose Guevara, ano po ang proyekto ng Unity ngayon? Di ba po ang tanging platform nila during election was Unity? O nga, no? Kung walang Unity, wala nga may deliver na plataforma dahil yun talaga ang pinanindigan nila. Tama ka. Okay, Marian Alba, malakas ang Duterte, 32 million po si Sara. Totoo po yan, pero mas mabuti siguro kung magre-reconcile pa rin sila dalawa. Love Gospel, what if magbitiw na lang si Sara sa DepEd? Hayaan natin sila magwala mga tao sa kanila. Hayaan natin mag-away yung pink at pula. Sa akin po, napakabuti naman po ni VP Sara para sa ating mga learners. At alam naman ni VP Sara dahil pamilya niya yung nanunumpot na sa kabila, sakripisyo rin po sa kanya para manatili sa DepEd. Binibigyan lang niya ng mas malaking importansya ang pangangailangan ng learners kesa sa politika. Okay, Eva Hasegawa, we need 3 consecutive Duterte as President para malinis at tumasaantas ang pagkabayan ng taong bayan at ng ating bansa. Well, alam mo Eva, wala po 1 term lang talaga ang presidente. Yun po ang katotohanan. Okay? Tapos si Reco Dams, good evening po attorney. Ang ibig niyo po bang sabihin ay hindi po talaga mapipigilan ng pag-arrest kay Tatay Digong? Alam niyo po, sa totoo lang, manluloko sila po. Niluloko nila ang taong bayan. Well, kapag sila makakooperate, hindi mapipigilan. Alam niyo, malungkot, parang yung desisyon para arestuhin, desisyon ng presidente. Nandiyan na ating saligang batas na nagsasabi na tanging Pilipino lang na mga mahistrado ang pwedeng maglitis sa mga krimen nangyari sa bayan dahil nga po, hindi na tayo miyembro ng ICC. Ang dapat masunod ang saligang batas, hindi po ang presidente. Hindi po issue of foreign policy yan. Dahil ang tratado po ay nakasaad po sa tratado at saka ang jurisdiction ng lokal na hukuman ay nakasaad po sa ating saligang batas. Mahaba ito. Na Ignis H. Ok GNCGNIS. Di ko po alam po anong pronunciation yan. Attorney Harry, bakit yung mga kakampi ng mga Duterte pilit inaaway si Sen Aimee? Lalo na yung karamihan sa mga DDS vloggers. Bakit inaaway nila si Sen Aimee? Akala nila kayo mag-isa ng Duterte ang laban ngayon. Nakakalimutan yata nila ng politics is numbers game. Imbis na awayin nila, dapat mahalin nila yung mga kakampi ng mga Duterte, mismong si PRD at VP Sara maganda pakasama kay Senator Aimee, bakit parang yung mga ilang DDS vloggers minamanduhan ng mga Duterte kung sino ang. Well, ako po, malapit din po ako kay Senator Aimee. At narinig ko rin po, nabasa ko rin po yung pahayag ni Mayor Baste. No? Pero yan naman po ang damdamin ni Mayor Baste, respetuhin din po natin. Pero ang talagang matalik na magkaibigan ay si Senator Aimee at si VP Sara. So, tingin ko wala namang lamat sa samahan. Jasril Vercado, tanong lang attorney, mahirap ba ang proseso sa paghiwalay ng Mindanao sa Luzon, Republic of Mindanao na lang sana. Lilinawin ko po na-frustrate lang si Presidente Duterte. Kasi nga parang ang gulo-gulo dito sa Luzon ng mga liderato. Lalo na yung ina-accuse nga niya na merong bisyo. So sabi niya, kung talaga magulo kayo dyan sa Luzon at Visayas, hihiwalay na lang kami. Pero yan po expression of frustration. Pero hindi naman po yan yung ultimate solution. Mas maganda rin po na nagkakaisa pa rin tayo bilang isang bansang Pilipinas. It's me, Honey Ann. Why are they dismantling Task Force Davao when the whole region is under a state of emergency? There's a valid reason for dismantling. Is it political? I'm concerned. Well, yan naman po yung naririnig ko ng usapin na may mga hakbang para daw i-dismantle ang Task Force Davao. No? Tama po kayo. No? Ang Task Force Davao, ang unang-unang mandato ay labanan ng mga terorista dyan sa Mindanao. So maging malaking dagok po yan sa ating laban sa mga terorista kung gagawin nila yan. Mariah Carl, Atty. Roque, sino po bang makakatulong kay PRD kung sakaling naputin siya ng mga ICC? Nakakalungkot na ang mga mangyayari sa Pilipinas. Well, ultimately, magiging political question po yan. Ang tanong, hahayaan ba ng mga Pilipino na arestuhin si dating Presidente Duterte? Okay? A Lovefinity Channel. Hi po, attorney. Kung halimbawa, andyan ang warrant of arrest from ICC, peers po ba pumasok ang militar at mamagitan sa mga tao at mga kapulisan na magdadala ng warrant? Well, yun nga pong malalaman natin. Kung merong sundalo o merong pulis na aaresto kay PRRD sa pamamagitan ng warrant of arrest na in-issue ng mga tribunal. Okay? Well, meron din po na medyo dyan. Kapag siya talaga'y tuluyang aresto, meron din po yung habeas corpus kasi nga po, wala nang kapangyarihan na mag-order ng aresto ang ICC dahil hindi na po tayo miyembro ng ICC. Well, maraming salamat po sa inyong patuloy na pagtangkilik. Alam ko, linggong-linggo, pero napaka-heavy ng topic natin sa politika. No? Sa next week, subukan natin maging light naman at toxic ito. No? Ay, nako. At saka pasensya na po kayo. Ha? May mga nagre-reklamo sa ating mga broadcast. Kaya huling broadcast ko, hindi ko nila po at doon. Pero naayos naman po natin. Explain natin sa YouTube at saka sa TikTok. No? Na wala po masama yung sinasabi natin. Meron lang akong word na pinigkas. Hindi ko ngayon pinigkas kasi yung dahilan na ginamit ng ating mga kaaway para limitahan ang ating viewership. So, hindi ko rin po ginamit yung salitang yun. Yung pinagbintingan, yung bintang ni Presidente Duterte kay PBBM na siya isang blank. Hindi ko rin po binanggit yun dahil talaga bumagsak po ang viewership natin lalo na sa TikTok. Millions po tayo sa TikTok. Pero ngayon po, tignan ninyo. Dahil dun sa kinailangan namin mag-explain yung konteksto ng binanggit natin, siguro sinabi ng mga kaaway natin, ako ito ay nagsasabi ng masama. Ngayon po, ako, ang baba po, 7,000 pa lang, no? Samantalang kita niyo mga broadcast natin. 115, 97, 207, 899, 804, 115, 366, 225. Yung last broadcast natin, 7,000 lang. Kasi nga po, na-restrict dahil doon sa salitang na hindi ko na ngayon sinabi. So hindi nyo na ako pwedeng masupin. Okay? Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtangkilik sa Spokes Hour. Yung mga hindi po nakakita ng huling broadcast natin 2 days ago, araw ng Thursday, nakataas na po muli siya. So panuorin niyo po ulit ng maparami ang ating views. Okay? At dun sa hindi pa nagla-like sa akin, naku po ha, tayo po ay 1.5 million followers pa lamang, hindi po lumalaki. Bagamat ito na po, no? Ang mga nanonood sa atin ay mahigit sa 1.5 million. So please, follow me on Facebook, like me, and of course, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ito po ang inyong Spokes ng Bayan, Harry Roque, nagsasabing, I love you Philippines, with the only country that I have, and therefore, the only country that I have. Bye.
Joining us on Hot Copy, we have Senator Cheese Escudero. Senator Escudero, good morning to you.
Hi Karen, good morning sa lahat ng televiewers natin. Magandang umaga na. Good morning.
All right, before we conduct the interview, I'd first like to run a clip that you posted on your Instagram over the weekend. This is a clip from the Philippine Economic Briefing, December 1, 2023 in Iloilo, a part of Speaker Martin Romualdez' speech. Can we run that clip, please?
You here in Iloilo, but we are thinking right now of addressing the procedural gap or question as to how we amend the Constitution. We will highly recommend that we embark on a people's initiative to cure this impact, so to speak, on how we vote. And I hope that we can undertake this as soon as possible so we could have some clarity on the procedures. So we would like to amend the Constitution vis-a-vis how we procedurally amend the same. And that's either we vote jointly or separately. We'd like to have that resolved by and through a people's initiative.
All right, so we've heard three different statements from Speaker Martin Romualdez in December 2023, speaking of a people's initiative to amend the Constitution, and then another speech, his letter to Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, that you guys proceed through a constituent assembly, and the last in a press conference saying just to hear the will of the people, bring it to court if it's deemed to be illegal. What are your thoughts on the People's Initiative, the statements of the Speaker, both to the Senate President and what really is going on?
Karen, may naniniwala ba na hindi si Speaker Romualdez o mga mambabatas ang nasa likod nito? Huwag nating lahatin. May ilan sigurong hindi nila kinausap, lalo na yung tutol. Pero wala naman sigurong duda na sila ang nasa likod nito. Maliban sa speech niya noong December, maliban dun sa sulat niya kay Senate President Zubiri na sinabi niya, kung gusto nyo, mag-People's Initiative din kayo. Tinatagalog ko lang yung English niyang salita. Nasusuportahan din naman namin. Pangatlo, nung unang kinompronta ni Senate President Zubiri si Speaker Romualdez tungkol dito sa ginagawa nila, ang sabi nga ni Senate President Zubiri, you mentioned People's Initiative, but you mentioned economic provisions, not this, not diluting the Senate. Ang naging sagot at tugon lamang ni Speaker Romualdez sa pag-uusap daw na yon, wala ako dun ay nakalayag na yung barko, mahirap nang babalikin sa puerto yan. Nakalabas na yung toothpaste sa tube, mahirap nang ibalik yun doon. Wala siyang sinabi sa harap ni Senate President Zubiri na, uy, ba't ako sinisisi mo? Wala yan, hindi kami yan. Hindi. I think it's safe to assume, Karen. Even the instructions and the timelines and the dates that came out, that Senator Amy brought out, it all came from members of Congress. Dahil hindi naman kami magkakagalit personally, Karen, kaugnay sa bagay nito. Magkaiba lang ng pananaw marahil. Now, at the bulwark of any democracy or government is transparency and accountability. Why aren't they being transparent and accountable for this? Habang dinedeny nila, habang multo raw yung nakikita namin, ang blow-by-blow naman na nagbibigay ng update tungkol sa People's Initiative ay puro mambabatas. Bakit ganon? Maliwanag ang naging desisyon ng Korte Suprema, marahil nagising sila ng huli doon. Ang sabi ng Korte Suprema sa Lambino, kapag ang isang People's Initiative ay hinaluan ng sino mang opisyal ng gobyerno o grupo sa gobyerno, hindi na ito People's Initiative talaga, pambababoy na ito ng prosesong yan sa ating saligang batas at politicians' initiative na ito. Yun ang salitang ginamit ng Korte Suprema sa Lambino case. Marahil huli na lang nakita yon, kung kaya't medyo umaatras at nagde-deny na, bagaman obvious na pinagmalaki na nila ito last year. Sila ay nagsulong at nagsimula nito at the beginning of the year at sila ay nagbibigay ng update kaugnay nito hanggang sa ngayon.
Okay, so Senator Cheese, you are not technically against changing the charter, or are you?
I don't know. What are the proposals, Karen? Yung proposed na charter change nila na gawing joint voting is a revision. It's not an amendment. I saw your interview with Justice Carpio and I completely agree. In fact, if you look at Webster's dictionary, the definition, the distinction between revision and amendment is quite simple. Kung meron kang tinatanggal, revision yon. Kung meron kang idadagdag, amendment yon. Ito, may tinatanggal sila. Dinefine din ng Lambino yung revision. Kapag ka binabago mo ang system of government o system of checks and balance, revision yon, hindi yun amendment. Bagaman simple lamang yung nakalagay sa People's Initiative. Bakit, Karen? binabago mo yung bicameral system ng checks and balance natin kung saan, kung kailangan nga magkahiwalay bumoboto ang Kamara at Senado pag-aaprubahan ka ng local bill, pagpapalit ng pangalan ng kalye, ng eskwelahan sa isang barangay, kailangan magkahiwalay na bumoboto. Tapos pagpapalit ng saligang batas, sabay ng boboto. Binabago na nila yung sistema. It's clearly a revision and not a mere amendment. Nasa ilalim ng COMELEC rules mismo, hindi saklaw yun dahil in-adopt ng COMELEC rules 2020 yung Lambino case at yung Lambino decision.
Okay, so Senator, what do you think then is really going on? Because sources have told me that at one point the president intervened and actually said the Senate will take the lead when it comes to the economic provisions. So I remember that the Senate president even assigned Senator Sani Angara to get that, and then I think it moved to Senator Robin Padilla, and then suddenly all the senators, all of you signed unanimously a resolution that you were all against the ongoing People's Initiative. So ano po ba ito? Iba po ba ang hinaharap na mukha sa inyo? Is it two-faced? How would you describe it?
Well, Karen, I was not there in those meetings, but it was relayed to me by Senate President Zubiri. Kaya siya nag-commit na mag-file para masimula ng pag-uusap kaugnay sa economic provisions. Dahil nag-commit din ang Speaker, kaya nga nagulat kami nung biglang hindi na inaamin, natitigilan din ito. Yun ang quid pro quo dapat nun. Nasabi na rin ni Senator Pimentel to. Nung hindi tumitigil yun, tumutuloy-tuloy at tila nagde-deny na hindi daw sila yun. Parang ang ginogoyo, hindi lang kami, pati ang Pangulo. Dahil nandun yung Pangulo na nag-usap-usap sila. Okay, why don't you take the lead? Ang klarong kapalit nun ay titigil nila to. Subalit hindi naman tumigil at ngayon ay deny pa na hindi naman daw sila yon. So para sa akin, Karen, hindi lang siguro double-faced, budel na siguro ang tawag doon sa simpleng salita o pananalita ng ating mga kababayan. Dahil itong People's Initiative na to, ang layunin nito talaga, pasimplihin ang pagpapalit ng saligang batas kung saan ang gusto nila sa Kamara ay siyang masusunod na. That is not a democracy, Karen. In a democracy, you convince each other to take your side. In a democracy, if you cannot convince each other, then in an election, you face each other and whoever the majority wants and votes for, then that's what we should respect, whether we agree with it or not. Ito, ang ginagawa nilang strategiya, dahil ang Senado hindi makumbinse, burahin na lang sa equation pagdating sa pagpapalit ng saligang batas. And one more question, Karen. The House pulled a fast one when they removed money from the operations of COMELEC to prepare for 2025 elections and moved most of it, about 12-14 billion, to the fund of COMELEC for plebiscite, initiative, and referendum. As if to say or admit na mas importante ito dahil pag ito natuloy natin, hindi na kailangan magprepara ng COMELEC para sa 2025 elections. And it's slowly coming out too. Some congressmen are speaking, and the last one I saw was Congressman Villafuerte, who said, well, we have to look at term limits because unfair naman, 6 na taon yung mga senador, kami 3 taon lang. Pagsamahin mo yung 3 term namin, 7 taon lang yun, sila 12. Nagsalita rin si Onyate, tinuturo nilang Ginoong Onyate, tinuturo nilang convener daw nitong bagong firma initiative na namang ito. Ang salita niya, well, ang layunin talaga namin gawing unicameral to. Hindi naman papayag ang Senado maging unicameral to, kaya kailangan gawin ito. Pangatlo, in-interview mismo si Pangulong Marcos, kaugnay dito. Kung napanood mo yun, Karen, binanggit niya hindi lamang economic provisions, pati term limits dahil yun daw nagiging sanhi ng political dynasty sa ating bansa. Dahil kapag nag-graduate yung lalaki, papatakbuhin yung asawa, at pag nakatikim na ng poder, kailangan ng hanapan ng iba pang pwesto, kaya nagkakaroon daw ng dinastiya sa ating bansa. Now, these are indicators that it's not limited to economic. That it's not limited to simply diluting the Senate, removing the Senate's position insofar as our bicameral system, in amending the Constitution or even in passing laws. Obviously, unti-unti nang lumalabas yung talagang pakay o nasa sa loobin nila kung kaya't ginagawa ito.
So the real intention, what you're seeing, and others I've also interviewed, is it's not really economic. That's like the icing, just the icing on the cake. But really, it's changing the political system.
Let me address the economic, Karen.
Okay.
You've covered foreign chambers of commerce. In none of the surveys I've seen for the past 10 years, did they say that opening up the economy is a condition sine qua non, a condition precedent before they would do business in the Philippines? The number one complaint for the past 10 years or even longer has always been power. Number two is absence of a level and stable playing field where the rules of the game will not be changed. Number three is red tape. Number four is corruption. Number five is that whenever you have an administration coming in, all of a sudden you have to start from square one. That has always been their complaints. None of them actually mention opening up the economy. Now, if you compare our country, for example, with China, a communist country where there is no private ownership and everything is owned by the state, yun, ni walang 60-40, 100%. You cannot own land, period. Then why is business flourishing in China? Why is it flourished in China for the longest time? I don't get and understand. Kaya ginagawa ito.
So the real intention, what you're seeing, and others.
And whoever the majority wants and votes for, then that's what we should respect, whether we agree with it or not. Ito, ang ginagawa nilang strategiya, dahil ang Senado hindi makumbinse, burahin na lang sa equation pagdating sa pagpapalit ng saligang batas. And one more question, Karen. The House pulled a fast one when they removed money from the operations of COMELEC to prepare for 2025 elections and moved most of it, about 12-14 billion, to the fund of COMELEC for plebiscite, initiative, and referendum. As if to say or admit na mas importante ito dahil pag ito natuloy natin, hindi na kailangan magprepara ng COMELEC para sa 2025 elections. And it's slowly coming out too. Some congressmen are speaking. The last one I saw was Congressman Villafuerte, who said, well, we have to look at term limits because unfair naman, 6 na taon yung mga senador. Kami, 3 taon lang. Pagsamahin mo yung 3 term namin, 7 taon lang yun. Sila, 12. Nagsalita rin si Onyate, tinuturo nilang Ginoong Onyate, tinuturo nilang convener daw nitong bagong pirma initiative na naman ito. Ang salita niya, well, ang layunin talaga namin gawing unicameral to. Hindi naman papayag ang Senado maging unicameral to, kaya kailangan gawin ito. Pangatlo, in-interview mismo si Pangulong Marcos, kaugnay dito. Kung napanood mo yun, Karen, binanggit niya hindi lamang economic provisions, pati term limits dahil yun daw nagiging sanhi ng political dynasty sa ating bansa. Dahil kapag nag-graduate yung lalaki, papatakbuhin yung asawa, at pag nakatikim na ng poder, kailangan ng hanapan ng iba pang pwesto, kaya nagkakaroon daw ng dinastiya sa ating bansa. Now, these are indicators that it's not limited to economic. That it's not limited to simply diluting the Senate, removing the Senate's position insofar as our bicameral system, in amending the Constitution or even in passing laws. Obviously, unti-unti nang lumalabas yung talagang pakay o nasa sa loobin nila kung kaya ginagawa ito.
So the real intention, what you're seeing, and others I've also interviewed, is it's not really economic. That's like the icing, just the icing on the cake. But really, it's changing the political system.
Let me address the economic, Karen.
Okay.
You've covered foreign chambers of commerce. In none of the surveys I've seen for the past 10 years, did they say that opening up the economy is a condition sine qua non, a condition precedent before they would do business in the Philippines? The number one complaint for the past 10 years or even longer has always been power. Number two is absence of a level and stable playing field where the rules of the game will not be changed. Number three is red tape. Number four is corruption. Number five is that whenever you have an administration coming in, all of a sudden you have to start from square one. That has always been their complaints. None of them actually mention opening up the economy. Now, if you compare our country, for example, with China, a communist country where there is no private ownership and everything is owned by the state, yun, ni walang 60-40, 100%. You cannot own land, period. Then why is business flourishing in China? Why is it flourished in China for the longest time? I don't get and understand that. So it's nice to debate on it. It's nice to talk about it. It's nice to hear their side and what their basis is. Asan ba yung basis nyo na sinasabi nyo, yan yung kailangan para lumago yung ekonomiya? I'll bring it a step further. Yung sinasabi ng House na ginawa ni Senate President Zubiri na amendments, buksan ng advertising. Yayaman ba tayo pag binuksan ng advertising sa mga foreigners? Buksan ng media. Yayaman ba tayo doon? Biglang papasok yung mga negosyo at trabaho dito? Buksan daw yung higher education or wag daw yung basic education. So ganun kalalaking mga bagay yun? Ganun talaga? I don't see it, Karen. I don't see it as being an urgent priority, really, and that's what the people said too in the latest survey, where 1% only said that it's needed, 99% said it's not. So, maliwanag naman na ginagamit lamang na behikulo yon, justification yon. Pero unti-unti naman ang lumalabas yung mga iba pang problema ang nais daw nilang baguhin. Ang problema talaga, Karen, dito ay lahat yon ay magiging posible na at bukas at napakadali na kung mapapasa at kung matutuloy itong People's Initiative.
And I'd like to add, just because we're talking about it, I interviewed Christian Monso just to strike a balance. I mean, holistically into the conversation, he said manufacturing as it is can be 100% foreign owned. Power as it is can be 100% foreign owned. And Senator, what about mining? You can be foreign owned if you're partnered with the government. Ano yung situation sa mining?
There has been a way around it, which all mining companies have been doing in the Philippines, Karen. They have a financial agreement with the Filipino that says, since the foreigner provided the capital, he will control the shares of stock until he recovers his capital. That is the practice. Wala namang Pilipino, Karen, na ganong kayaman na nagsimula ng mining dito nang walang tulong mula sa foreign capital. Higit pa dun sa kanyang shareholding dun sa mining company. And that has been the practice for quite some time. And people are looking the other way because it's a legal instrument, a legal document that fits into our existing laws. Also, remember, Karen, Congress already passed a law, the public amendments to the public service law, that basically opened up our economy to the tune of what needs to be opened up. It's questioned before the Supreme Court. It's pending there right now, but that has already been done by Congress as well. So again, if the score was 50-50, 60-40, 55-45, but the score in the latest survey is 1%, only 1% of our people think that this chacha is necessary. People want government to address basically the high prices, the lack of opportunities and jobs, and certain security concerns.
And let me add also, just for our viewers, telecom and railway can now be foreign owned, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
so that,
Pag pinakinggan mo to, mapapamura ka. Pag pinakinggan mo to, mapapamura ka. Protectionism. Tayo, say cheese.
Alam mo ba kung bakit Magbigay nga kayo ng isang rason kung bakit ayaw nyo sa cha-cha.
Bakit ba ayaw ng mga senador na baguhin ang saligang batas? Alam mo ba kung bakit? Ito ay dahil sa lahat ng mga elective officials, sila lang ang may 12 taon na termino. O, sila lang. Imaginein mo to. Bawat senador ay may budget na 3 billion hanggang 6 billion kada taon. Ibig sabihin nito ay may 36 billion hanggang 72 billion na pondo ng bayan ang napupunta sa bawat senador sa loob ng 12 taon nilang panunungkulan. Grabe! Grabe! Di ba? Sa loob ng 12 taon, umaabot sa 178 trillion. Saan napupunta ang kanilang mga pondo? Saan? Saan? Pero hindi lang yan. May milyon-milyong dagdag na pondo pa para sa budget ng kanilang mga komite. Astig! Pero alam mo ba ang pinakakakaiba? Sila lang ang pwedeng tumakbo bilang pangalawang pangulo o pangulo at kahit talo o loser. Talo, loser, kulelat at laglag ay mananatili pa din sila sa pwesto. Senador! Senador! At sino nga ba ang walang malinaw na nasasakupan? Oo, tama ka. Ang mga senador. Kaya naman, kasikatan at hindi tunay na galing at husay ang dahilan kung bakit sila naluluklok sa kapangyarihan. Malinaw na hindi kapakanan ng bayan ang tunay na dahilan kung bakit patuloy nilang pinipigilan na baguhin ang saligang batas.
Bayan o sarili, pumili ka!
Kaya wag na tayong umasa sa kanila na kakampihan nila ang bayan upang ayusin ang saligang butas. Kumilos tayo para sa bayan at para sa sambayanan. Oh, alam nyo na kung bakit ayaw ng mga senador?
Sobrang informative ng video na to na sana tignan nating mabuti kasi feeling ko oras na para talagang tutukan to. Magbigay nga kayo ng isang rason kung bakit ayaw nyo sa cha-cha. Magbigay kayo ng isang pinakamagandang rason. Hindi ba natatakot lang ang ilan na baka mawala ang Senado? Kasi kung wala naman nagagawa sa sobrang laking budget, eh bakit pa sila nandyan? Kasi paano kung nakachamba or nanalo lang dahil sikat siya, pero walang alam sa paggawa ng batas or wala man lang malasait sa bayan? Sa sobrang laking budget, anong gagawin mo doon? Saan napupunta yan? Oras na para mag-comment ang taong bayan dito.
Anong matinong referendum ngayon? Salamat sa nagturo sa kanya.
Alam mo ba kung bakit?
Magbigay nga kayo ng isang rason kung bakit ayaw nyo sa cha-cha.
Bakit ba ayaw ng mga senador na baguhin ang saligang batas? Alam mo ba kung bakit? Ito ay dahil sa lahat ng mga elective officials, sila lang ang may 12 taon na termino. O, sila lang. Imaginein mo to. Bawat senador ay may budget na 3 billion hanggang 6 billion kada taon. Ibig sabihin nito ay may 36 billion hanggang 72 billion na pondo ng bayan ang napupunta sa bawat senador sa loob ng 12 taon nilang panunungkulan. Grabe! Grabe! Di ba? Sa loob ng 12 taon, umaabot sa 178 trillion. Saan napupunta ang kanilang mga pondo? Saan? Saan? Pero hindi lang yan. May milyon-milyong dagdag na pondo pa para sa budget ng kanilang mga komite. Astig! Pero alam mo ba ang pinakakakaiba? Sila lang ang pwedeng tumakbo bilang pangalawang pangulo o pangulo at kahit talo o loser. Talo, loser, kulelat at laglag ay mananatili pa din sila sa pwesto. Senador! Senador! At sino nga ba ang walang malinaw na nasasakupan? Oo, tama ka. Ang mga senador. Kaya naman kasikatan at hindi tunay na galing at husay ang dahilan kung bakit sila naluluklok sa kapangyarihan. Malinaw na hindi kapakanan ng bayan ang tunay na dahilan kung bakit patuloy nilang pinipigilan na baguhin ang saligang batas.
Bayan o sarili, pumili ka!
Kaya wag na tayong umasa sa kanila na kakampihan nila ang bayan upang ayusin ang saligang butas. Kumilos tayo para sa bayan at para sa sambayanan. Oh, alam nyo na kung bakit ayaw ng mga senador?
Sobrang informative ng video na to na sana tignan nating mabuti kasi feeling ko oras na para talagang tutukan to. Magbigay nga kayo ng isang rason kung bakit ayaw nyo sa Chacha. Magbigay kayo ng isang pinakamagandang rason. Hindi ba natatakot lang ang ilan na baka mawala ang Senado? Kasi kung wala naman nagagawa sa sobrang laking budget, bakit pa sila nandyan? Kasi paano kung nakachamba or nanalo lang dahil sikat siya, pero walang alam sa paggawa ng batas or wala man lang malasait sa bayan? Sa sobrang laking budget, anong gagawin mo doon? Saan napupunta yan? Oras na para mag-comment ang taong bayan dito.
Cities, dapat ginamit yung mga blood pressure mo. Blood pressure. Ganda rin. Login. Ganda rin ang logo.
Pabili po.
Ayan.
May tatlong nalbor, tsaka tatlong kami.
Amin wala. Morog lang yun.
Ano lang ba? Tester po.
Wala na rin. Ay, ito na. Ayan.
Ano lang ba? Malboro.
Pero,
Malboro red na lang.
tatlo.
May face mask na.
Ito.
Wala kayong po.
Pang-boss na. Sila.
Ay, dalawa. May sabi ko po kayo nasa po.
Hmm?
Tapos, nakakabit.
Oh, wala. Puro na. Dalawang face mask. Okay. Ano ba? Yung lana? na ang inyong modo view. Kapag nalala kay Sakasip.
Jollibee Mix and Match Combos. Choose your own sulit sarap combo. Lahat panalo. 75 lang.
On the bottom of our planet lies the frigid land of Antarctica, the coldest and most inhospitable continent in the world. Stretching over 5 million square miles, Antarctica is covered in ice sheets that reach more than a mile deep. The average daily temperature is negative 49 degrees Fahrenheit, and wind speeds can reach over 100 miles per hour. Today, the only inhabitants of this barren landscape are scientists who work in research stations scattered across the continent. Mainstream geologists have long believed that ancient humans never settled on Antarctica because of its hostile climate. But incredibly, in 2016, satellite images revealed a curious formation emerging from the ice that some researchers believe could be a man-made pyramid.
Recently, there have been a number of reports of pyramids, huge great pyramids in Antarctica. They jut out of the ice and snow, and they look perfect, just like those in Egypt. But they dwarf those in Egypt, like the Great Pyramid. One has a perfectly square base that is 2 kilometres square in each direction. Is it possible, therefore, that our ancestors did actually reach the Antarctic continent and perhaps even settle there?
A man-made pyramid beneath the Antarctic ice? If such an incredible notion is true, then it naturally begs some questions. How was such a massive structure built on Antarctica? When was it done? And by whom?
Antarctica, we have been told from the geologists, has been under ice for many millions of years. However, there is evidence that it could have been free of ice, certainly in certain areas, until perhaps 4000 BC. There are a large number of stories from Polynesia of so-called culture heroes who reached the Antarctic continent. A French academic by the name of Argot put together all of these different stories in a book titled Out of Antarctica. The Polynesian people's stories describe this strange land with these white rocks that come out of the water, which are icebergs, and other creatures such as seals and penguins, and seem to describe an area that we now know as Antarctica. The Polynesian peoples believed this was the place of the ancestors, and they said this is where we came from originally. Why did they believe this if this was untrue?
Is it really possible that the coldest place on Earth was once warm enough to be inhabited by humans? Well, in 2017, German geologists collected core samples from deep within the frozen Antarctic seafloor in order to analyze what the continent's climate might have been like thousands of years ago. What they discovered was astonishing.
In the case of that expedition in early 2017, we used a very special seafloor drill rig that hasn't been used before in Antarctica. So when we used this special drill rig and the sediments came up, we saw immediately more than 60 different taxa of plants, similar to something that you would find in a rainforest, in a temperature regime that was similar to what we today know from northern Italy. And finding that on the Antarctic continent, that was the most exciting thing, because the climatic conditions doesn't today allow any vegetation to survive under those conditions. So based on that location and the environment we found, I think that the Antarctic continent and the secrets
that still need to be recovered will tell us a lot about planet Earth.
Introducing Gospel Stream, a new streaming service from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Designed to bring you the best of live and on-demand video content from the church. Ranging from general conference, live broadcast, and other inspiring content. Available now on most smart TVs and on iOS and Android mobile devices.
Hey guys, it's just me this time. So I had to drive Aiden, Thornbussy Aiden, to the airport this morning at about 6 a.m. And we discovered that I, in fact, do not have cell phone service in Knoxville, which is interesting. It's a city. I didn't expect to have it up here on the mountain, but I did expect to have it in the city. So I had the fun experience of driving my way back to rural Tennessee from Knoxville with no GPS and driving all the way up this mountain. So that's how that went. But I am still here. So tonight's podcast is going to be a fun one. I've done a lot of this stuff on Twitch recently, but I haven't gotten a chance to talk about it on YouTube. One of my favorite topics is the idea that humanity was more advanced prior to the Great Flood, so to speak, than we give it credit for. Now, this is influenced by a number of factors, but most importantly are things like Göbekli Tepe. So there's, first of all, a lot of this stuff is in Turkey, oddly enough. But what I wanted to do for this specific episode was kind of go through lost civilizations in order of concrete, it existed but we don't understand it, to likely existed in some form or another, and finally we'll end with the title of the stream, Great Tartaria, which is by far one of the most ridiculous conspiracies I've ever heard of. It is so funny, and it's based entirely in misunderstandings and predicated upon a factor that, if you think about it for even a minute, renders the entire conspiracy theory useless. So that's where we're going to be going here. And if you say I'm a little crispy on the mic, I'm going to need to know what you mean. Because we don't have our usual setup, so everything's a little different today. But is that any better? A little feedback. That might just be the echo in the room, honestly. I can try and get it a little bit closer to my face and see if that fixes the problem. Maybe cut it down a little bit. But there's definitely no... is that any better? Is that better? Maybe it... Let me see. You know what? Maybe it's doing something. No, it's coming through the right thing. There's no gain. That's the problem. There's absolutely no gain. I don't have my headphones with me though, so I wasn't able to check on it. I shouldn't be. Mine says I'm not peeking. Let me see if I can fix it this way. Lower the output gain. Is that any better? Does that get any better? Is this the right kind of crisp? Is this kind of crisp we want? I'm trying my best. There's really so much I can do under the circumstances here, but I hope this works. Alright, cool. We'll fix anything we can in post. See, it's turned all the way up now. This is painful. I'm gonna up the gain a little bit. Is that any better? Cool. Alright. That's where we're going. We're gonna stop there. It's definitely coming through the Yeti, so I don't know where that is a problem. Maybe there's a second microphone being picked up? Let me scroll through and look. No, there isn't a second microphone. The video on demand from last night's stream with Wendigoon is over on his second channel, I think Wendigang. Is that right? Am I correct about that? Okay, I am correct about that. He's over there. Well, I'm not. That might be it. Is you guys are used to me being in a room with a lot of acoustic paneling, with everything fine-tuned for that room. I am in a large. Let's see. I'll show you guys where we are. This is the room I'm in. And there's Wendigoon over there. He waved. So this is the room. That's probably the reason the audio is so odd. It's just that this is not an ideal recording studio, but it is a beautiful cabin, and I love it here. I want to move to Tennessee. I've decided. Aiden and I are already discussing it. We did not bring Archie with us. That would have been a lot. But I want to get into the subject matter now with the microphone.
Sabi niya, but I would like you to think, who is the real underdog? Sabing gano'n ni Katrina, Enrile. Sino daw ang tunay na underdog? Ayan. Alam mo kung sino sinabi niya kung sinong tunay na underdog? Sabi niya, ang tunay daw na underdog ay yung mga people in power. Ayan. O, diba? Sabi niya, ang tunay na underdog ay yung people in power. Sabi niya gano'n. Bakit kanyo? Sabi niya. Kasi daw yung people in power, kapag ka raw nagkamali, lahat daw ng kilos nila binabantayan. Okay? Lahat ng kilos nila binabantayan. Pagkatapos, pagka daw yung mga nagkamali sila, binibira sila. So they are under the extreme scrutiny of the public. Yun yung sabi niya. Grabe, hindi talaga nakakatalino yung yaman, ano? Hindi talaga nakakatalino yung yaman. Diyos me. Okay, paparinig ko sa inyo, guys, ha? Paparinig ko sa inyo yung hindi ko alam kasi baka tinahitahi lang to ng Ensaymada vlogger, di natin alam kung how credible this ganyan. But I am going to make you listen doon sa pinost nitong Ensaymada vlogger na to. Ayan.
Isang may being on the top. Isang may
Teka.
I just found out also that marketing all this disinformation, like Maharlika, Texas, and all these others, they're not doing this out of love for country. They're doing this because they're getting paid. You want to continue to listen to their brands? Go ahead. But I'm just telling you, they're being paid from China. When another country is trying to control even the narrative that is going to be brainwashing everybody here, we are in deep trouble. We are easily fooled. We like to always go with the underdog. But who is really the underdog? Try your best to broaden your mind and think about it. It's usually the people in power. Sila parating binabato, di ba? There was never a president here that was truly loved. being on the top, isang mali mo lang, uunahin. Pero lahat ng magandang ginawa mo, kinakalit.
Ayun. Narinig nyo, guys? Hindi talaga nakakatalino yung pera, no? Kaya ayoko yumaman ng bonggang-bongga, nakakatakot eh. Nakakaloka, no? O, sabi niya, ano, ang tawag dito, itong mga taong to, binibrainwash ang public. Meron ring air of arrogance, eh, no? Yung pagiging matapobre doon sa, yung pagiging matapobre doon sa tono niya. Meron ding air of arrogance. Kasi, ang tawag dito, yung, yung pagkakasabi niya na nabe-brainwash ang yung gano'n, yung parang, ma'am, okay? I can understand to a certain extent people may believe stories without looking at different angles. Pero yung parang yung outright, you're going to tell everyone na just because we listen to Sas or we listen to Maharlika that we are being brainwashed. That we are being brainwashed, no? Ayun. Remember si Maharlika, ang daming galit dyan eh. Si Maharlika, daming galit nung nagsa-start si Maharlika. I do not even like the way she vlogs nung una eh. Diba? Na parang feeling ko parang, ano ba yung purpose ng vlog niya? Bakit pa na yung allegation? Diba? Well, apparently, she was really taking risks. Because she has access to information that we don't. And she was really taking risk dun sa kanyang mga chikang nakakalap at sinishare sa publiko. Now, because of what she said, nakaramihan doon ay talagang pumutok na. Hinarvest na natin yung mga tinanim ni Maharlikang kwento na hinog ng lahat, 'di ba? You think people got brainwashed because dahil lang nagraran siya ng nagraran? No, she actually earned it. Kasi yung mga sinabi niya at yung very, very risky way of vlogging that she did in the past, apparently she earned her reputation from it. A credibility from all the things that she said earlier na nag-a-unfold na before our eyes ngayon, 'di ba? Also with Sas. Parang eto lang yung, kunwari, yung iisang tabi natin yung issue ng mga bayad-bayad, yung parang, binabayaran yan para kinemerlo, ganyan, binabayaran. You see the value of information that SAS is sharing to the public. Sa totoo lang, kung usapin dito bayaran, ay putang ina, yung ganong klaseng pag-share ng information sa public, dapat talaga binabayaran yun. The quality of the discussion and the quality of the writing that she's doing in order to inform the public of the things that we should know. Damn, I'll pay for it. Diba? Ang problem kasi, they do not look at the value of the information that is being shared by people like Sas, Attorney Trixie, ganyan, kineme, ganyan. What they wanted to do is that, kapag ka nabayaran ka, ibig sabihin, wala kang prinsipyo at all. Ganon. Wala kang prinsipyo at all. Dun pagka nandyan kasi tayo sa usapan na yan, yung parang, bayad, kineme. Ganun, I would like to qualify further. I think Martin Andanar should also, parang say something about it kasi grabe tong nag-a-allege Public official tong nag-a-allege na Martin Andanar is paying Maharlika and Sas Rogando Sasot and the job was for them to rant against the government. Diba? Ang mali dito ni Katrina Enrile, tinignan mo ba yung mga pinagsasabi nila? Was it just about ranting? Did you even look at the quality of the criticism and sentiments that they are trying to forward. Ang problem kasi, Katrina and Rile, sa'yo and to the government that you represent, hindi kayo nakikinig. Hindi kayo nakikinig. You don't listen to the people. Now, because you cannot answer the questions of the people, kung bakit kayo incompetent, kung bakit kayo tatanga-tanga, kung bakit kayo walang puso sa mga Pilipino, ang sasabihin nyo, bayad. Diyos me. San po ba kukunin yung bayad, tang ina? Bilis, i-claim na namin. Yun yung isa pang nakaka-bad trip dyan eh. Sabi kayo ng sabi ng bayad, saan ba i-claim? Kay Martin Andanar ba? Sir Martin! O, kailangan ko nang i-claim ang bayad ko sa'yo. Diba? Eh mga putang ina ninyo, ba dapat sinasagot ninyo, ikaw, Katrina Enrile, dapat the government is answering the people dun sa kanilang mga sentimento na hanggang dito na yung tubig dun sa Mindanao, nasa reunion ka pa ng Lasal Green Hills. Green Hills reunion. Nilindol sila, nagka-terror attack sila, umattend ka ng kasal. Kunin mo, Joey, tapos party tayo. Ay, talaga. Sabi ko nga si Sas kasi, sabi niya, ituro nyo kung sino yung nagbabayad, ibibigay daw ni Sas lahat. Sabi ko, ay ako Sas hindi ko bibigay lahat. 50% siguro sa kanya. Actually, nagkamali nga ako noon 25% lang pala doon sa magtuturo kung kanino ko i-claim. Let's say, sabi niya, kay Martin Andanar. And then kapag nakakubra ako kay Martin Andanar, 25% would be to the one who referred me to get my payment from Martin Andanar. 25% from the chosen charity. Di ba? Chosen charity. 25% ikikip ko. Tapos 25% paparaffle ko sa mga top fans. Di ba? Di ba? Ganon. Ganon, Katrina Enrile. Di ba? Sa totoo lang, ma'am, yung mga ganyan ninyong mga salita, nakaka-insulto ng intellect ng public. Especially the part of the public who can think and rationalize. Kasi always banking kayo na bobo yung kausap ninyo eh. Yun yung problem eh. Hindi ko alam kung anong hinihit-hit ninyo para sabihin na ang tunay na underdog ay yung mga people in power. Fuck you. Paano magiging underdog yung people in power? Are you fucking kidding me? You are perpetuating the victim card mentality. Kapal po ng mukha ninyo para sabihin na ang mga people in power ang underdog. I shared the video earlier. Alam niyo kung paano kumakain yung mga tao sa Davao nung kasagsagan ng bagyo? Dahil natrap sila dun sa baha, babato nilang ganun yung wire, tapos nila yung mga pack lunch doon. Yun ang underdog! Ang inang kapal po ng mukha ninyo. Ang kapal-kapal ng mukha ninyo. Labo ng camera ko. Sorry. Alam niyo po kung sino yung underdog? Yung hindi makabili ng 1 kilong bigas kasi sobrang mahal na. Really think about this. I hope you broaden your fucking horizon. Wow, so out of touch. Ayan, ang tagal ayaw magluminaw ng camera. Hindi ko alam bakit nagaganto yung camera ko. Bakit kaya? Tingin ko kulang sa punas ng... Hindi! Ano ang tawag dito? I do not know. May... Ayan! Malinaw na. Malinaw na. Feeling ko nadidistract siya dun sa mga pekas ko sa... Ayun, grabe! I mean, I can't believe that this administration is capable of putting all the matapobre in the Philippines and give them power. Alam mo yun? Yung parang disappointed ka na sa BBM administration. And then you're going to see government people talking this way. Tangina yung buwisit, may ibubuwisit pa pala, no? Grabe. Ina-outdo nila yung sarili nila every time. My God! Ladies and gentlemen, ganito po yung ating mga government officials. Ang underdog daw ay yung people in power. Ma'am, ang people in power is never fucking helpless. Never po kayong magiging helpless. Masasaktan kayo sa mga sasabihin namin, magagalit kayo sa mga sasabihin namin, pero never kayong magiging helpless. Lagi kayong may magagawa kasi may putang inang kapangyarihan po kayo. Tapos sabi niya, wala kasi naman talagang presidente that was truly love. So parang sinasabi niya, lahat naman daw talaga, lahat naman daw talaga ng leader, inaaway, or ganyan. Well, I think, if you're going to look at it as parang, sino bang presidente unanimously loved by everyone? Wala talaga. And that's the nature of the job, idiot. You are not going to become a leader of this fucking country with the sole goal of being loved. Of course not. Okay? Pag ikaw po nag-aspire na maging leader nitong bansang to, isa lang dapat ang goal mo, maging public servant. Okay? It should not be part of your aspiration that you will be loved by everyone. No! When you become a public servant, you know for a fact that certain segment of this population is going to hate you no matter what you do. Okay? Ang basic niyan. Pagkatapos yan yung sukatan mo, wala naman kasi talagang minamahal na leader, ganyan. Wala naman kasi talagang minamahal na leader. Kung ganun po pala, sukatan ninyo ng leader na kaya siya nagiging naglilid nitong bansang ko ay para mahalin siya. ay mali po yung ano, kung sino man yung leader na pinili ninyo using that standard, ay mali po kayo. Ang leader po ay public servant. And their sole goal is to serve the public. Whether they're going to be loved by the people or not, it should not be their priority. Because the reason why we put those leaders in power is because we want them to make the hard decisions. And when you make hard decisions, whether it is popular or not, if you are a real public servant, what your priority is, decide for the good of the many, whether they know that or not. Leaders are bound to make unpopular decisions. And that leader must do it regardless kung gugustuhin siya ng tao o hindi. Lalo na kung alam niya na yun ang mas makakabuti sa bansa. Perpetuator din si Katrina Enrile ng no? Sobra siya enabler siya ng ng yellow politics yan yung ganyan. Alam niyo po, ito yung problema dito sa administration na to. Hindi siya sumasagot sa kahit anong issue, pero lagi mo siyang nakikita na nag-good time. Now, you may say, I am ranting against this government. Damn, I am. Kasi hindi ito yung pinangako sa amin eh. Am I being paid to do it? Of course not. Wala pong kailangang magbayad sa amin para sabihin namin yung nararamdaman namin. Kayo kasi feeling ninyo lahat ng bagay kayang bayaran eh. Sobrang kadiri, shit. Sobrang kadiri. Ito namang mga ensaymada vlogger. Palibhasa kasi mga tatanga-tanga. Yung akala nila, yung makakatulong sila sa public discourse by publishing this kind of material. Hindi nila alam, lalo nilang ginagalit ang tao. Bobo kasi! Diba? Kung ako dito kay Katrina Velarde, kukunyatan ko kung sino yung nag-publish ng material na yan. Hindi po kailangan bayaran ng mga tao para mag-voice out ng disgust nila sa government. So just to be clear. Just to be clear. And I think if you're going to claim again and again, kasi ang problema sa inyo, if people are yung stand niya about China. In which sinabi niya na Katrina Enrile, sorry, Katrina Enrile. Katrina Velarde singer pala yun. Katrina Enrile.
ちゃんが消すって決めたら消えるしかないのさ。
ああ、大気宇宙担当だった私が一抜けですか。
しかし躊躇なくお消しになるとはの。
消えないように戦士の皆様には頑張っていただかないといけませんね。
どうした？無事気づいたのか？
ちょっと面食らっただけさ。
いつか必ずあなたたちの上に君臨して差し上げますよ。
絶対疲れない。これってかなり有利だよな。
みんな戦わなくなったね。どうしちゃったのかな。
そいつは悪口が苦手だ。ディスれ。どきやがれ。
18号さんにしては珍しいドジでしたね。やられた分はたっぷりとお返しさせてもらうよ。練習したあの技やってみるか。付き合ってあげてもいいよ。大丈夫かい？ああ、
逆に不意打ちを食らうとは油断してしまった。私の目はとうに光を失っているのだ。
それは匂いだ。
匂い？
勝てるとでも？
勝てるさ。
調子に乗るなよ小僧。八つ咲きにされたいのか。私の嗅覚があれば貴様の位置など丸分かりなのだ。
消えたね。どんどん消えるね。
ったく何をやってるんだツルリン。しっかり応援しろ。あとできるのはそれだけだ。
クリリンが落ちたか。
まだ9人。皆さん気を取り直していきましょう。おいピルス。
お前とじゃれてる暇はない。痛えじゃねえか。
大丈夫かケル。よくも私の妹分。
すみません。
誰も俺の位置を捉えることはできない。
おいケル、変身だよ変身。ダメだこりゃ。
ほら他んとこ行っていいかな。
どうだビビったか。
面白いやつだなおめえ。その原神は長く戦うには向いてねえんだ。スーパーサイヤー2だ。
前に一回なったきりうまくできなくて困ってたんだよ。
何をもたもたしてる。 さっさとぶちのめせ。
よっしゃできた。さあそっか上等だぜ。はあそこのおめえ
私
しまった。
油断するなカカロット。
油断なんかしてねえさ。ちょっと力入れていくぞ。おいヒーロ
力が制御できないのか。
そんなこと言わなくても。
テールが
よジェンオラと戦え。
ジャスティスフラッシュ。我らは一旦交代し体力の温存を図るぞ。
なんだおめえら。その服トッポンとこの宇宙のやつらか。
我らプライドトルーパーズ。プライドトルーパーズは仲間を倒した相手を許しはしない。
天狼師様天津飯さん他のみんなは。
またやられちゃったね。どんどん減ってきてるね。
なんだおめえ。う
お前は二度とこちらへは戻ってこれないわ。これで片付けられても言い訳できないよ。
ジャスティスハーベル。
カーセラルは多くの惑星を攻略した戦闘のプロ。
早く話しな。
サンキュー18号。
ちょっとは気をつけな。
カモンタンパー。
イエスゾイレー。
これで終わりだよ。
勝負は預ける。
みんなタッパーが。
なんだ中気が探れねえ。
暴走しないで完全に自分の意志で木をコントロールしてる。
赤が髪の色が変わっただけのこと。同時攻撃をかけるぞ。
ゲール決まりな。それじゃあ丸ごといくよ。
脱落。
いいのかい。このまま私たちを見逃して。私たち以外の連中はみんな敵だっての。
今こそ私たちの力見せちゃう時よ。選手たち注目。
今こそ戦場に可憐な花が咲く。
私は第二宇宙の戦士ブリアンデ・シャトー。フォーメーション。
あ、ひょっとしてパワーアップか。
あのね、変身にはプロセスの全部に意味があるの。
せっかくだし全力でやってもらおうじゃねえか。さあ見せてくれ、おめえらの本気。
オッケ
ー。今こそ戦場に可憐な花が咲く。
フォーメーション。みんなの幸せ、愛をお届け。変身完了。
見事、まさにジャスティス。
ラブ。
その甘き香りに心惑わされれば最後。
足場がなくなってしもうたのは。
いかがかしら、愛のお届け物。
愛らしき姿に隠された誠の強さ。
今のはほんのご挨拶。本番はこれから。私火の玉。結果オーライ。
息つく暇なき縦横無尽の攻撃から逃れる術なし。
17号。
真面目にやるとするか。
では私は他の仲間の援護。乙女の助立ちよ、カクンさん。
第二宇宙カクンサさん脱落です。
絶対に許さない。か弱き乙女にあだなす極悪非道の冷血感。
我が第七宇宙存続のためこの舞台より消えてもらうぞ。 当だな。手伝うか？
いや、大丈夫だ。俺の叩き方見慣れてきたぞ。
ロージ怪我はない？
乙女たちよ、ここは撤退するぞ。
くれぐれも油断しないでくれよ。
分かってるって。
いけボタモ
さあ、どっからでも軽く遊んでやるぜ。
ボタモがダメージも受けず体力も減らないことは分かっているは
ず。ボタモとオラが戦った時にことあいつに教えたかも
な。よし。
この役立たずが混沌にやられやがって。
見事な戦いだ。第7宇宙の戦士よ、勝負しろ。
またやられちゃった。
おいおい、もう8人もやられてやがら。
ごはんさん、大丈夫でしょうか？
ついてくるか。私の目に狂いはなかった。
あれはなかなかやりにくいですよ。
要するに体内の気を操ってフェイントをかけておるのかのう。
くたばれ！ルールだからな。退場してもらう。
体を捉えたぞ。
クソ、負けんなよ、悟空の息子も。
おぶに
従いまして第10宇宙消滅でございます。
まさかあのヒットが押されているとは。
キャンパのやつ焦ってやがる。
早いよ、見えないよ。
まるで時飛ばしをされているかのようだ。
もう終わりか？これは瞬間的に移動速度を数千倍にアップできる。
音か。
人が行動を起こすとき、必ず肉体は音を奏でる。
周波数で聞き分けていると思われますので。
時飛ばしは使う直前に力を込め一瞬の間ができる。
どうかな。
その証拠に攻撃を受けつつも急所は避けている。
しまった！後がないのは貴様の方だ。
貴様のような奴に大事な仲間がやられてたまるか。次元を移動して攻撃を回避したのか。
体から発せられるエネルギーです。
ちょっと待って！来たねえぞ第11宇宙！
きっと助けねえと。
今度こそ終わりだぜ！貴様！
オラとやろうぜ。
ヒットのやつは命拾いしたな。感謝しろよシャンパー。
タイミングさえ合わせりゃなんとかなって
鉄壁の防御というわけか。
悟空さんとの戦いの時に使った技ですね。
ヒットやる。さすがはヒットだ。
耳を澄ませ、よーく聞くんだ。奴は俺が道連れにしてやる。
第11宇宙クンシーさん脱落です。
リベンジしてやるぜ。正義は必ず。もういい。
きっとおめえまた腕上げてんな。
今は見逃してやる。手を借りた礼だ。
あと何人残ってる？いっぱいいっぱい。
木を練り上げて武器を形作るとは、女の子に手を挙げるのは気が進まん。これまでわしは煩悩のままに生きてきた。一瞬危なそうだったが、お主が相手をしてくれるのかな。お主の戦いも見ておった。これも幻か。あやつはどこじゃ。こいつは本物かな。
影の中なら私は最強だ。
だからこそお主の相手がわしでよかった。マフー！おい、これで2人目。
反則だ。
なんだと？
認められてよかったですね。
イエーイ、ピースピース。俺の仲間を2人も貴様がやったのか。いいぞじいさん。
老人1人に3人も。まだだ。
バロスの若さを甘く見たな。
Don't skip the milk, malt barley, and energy-releasing nutrients. Bring out the champion.
Akala siguro
now head to the great state of Texas for the story of an unexplained phenomenon which occurred in, of all places, a suburban kitchen. March 2017. Erica Garner is home alone in her house just outside Houston. Her husband has left for a business trip.
I was outside, I was playing with my 2 dogs, and I noticed something very strange on my rooftop. There was black birds going in a circle. I had never seen that before.
This feels like some sort of omen as Erica goes back inside. She's giving water to her dogs when suddenly...
What was that?
Let's freeze on that, because if you blink, you'll miss it. A strange blue light streaking through the room, leaving Erica stunned and momentarily at a loss for words.
That was weird. It was almost like plasma. Everything in the room turned completely white, almost like an explosion, and my eyes started burning.
It's really weird.
Even stranger, the flash only lasts a second, though Erica says it felt much longer.
What was that?
It traveled almost like it was a train coming across the room, slowly coming in for a stop. And this happened for all about 7 seconds.
And that night, things get downright funky.
I had trouble sleeping, I was having some strange dreams, and it definitely impacted me.
Erica's dreams of pink and purple galaxies make her feel like she's been transported through time. And she wonders if the blue flash could have been an extraterrestrial force.
Into my research, trying to figure out what possibly a blue beam of light could come from. People have said they've experienced alien abductions and they might see a blue beam of light.
One similar case happened in 1975. An Arizona logger named Travis Walton disappeared after walking toward an unidentified beam of light in the forest. He recalled being transported to a strange place surrounded by alien beings. And when he made it home, he was shocked to learn he'd been gone for 5 days.
There are definitely things in this world that we do not understand.
So what is Erica's blue flash? Well, we know it's not her security camera malfunctioning because we can hear her reacting in real time.
Oh, what's that?
So the first thing we did was a proper analysis of the footage. Photography expert Andrew McCarthy starts by examining the footage frame by frame.
So right after this, the camera lost several frames. You see a distinct jump. Her hair moves, the dogs move. It's just a significant jump. She said it was 7 seconds. I'm not sure if it was 7 seconds, but it was a long time, long enough that they significantly shifted positions.
But McCarthy says there's something else that's even stranger.
What didn't make sense to me is nothing here is casting a shadow. It seems like the light's supposed to be coming behind the camera to cause this, but you would see some kind of shadow cast on the legs of these chairs, you know, on the dogs. You don't see any of that. It's just bright, and it's uniformly bright.
Forensic investigator Chase Klotsky is curious if the flash could be something as simple as a burnt-out light bulb. So she asks the Garners to run a test.
Erica and her husband put this light bulb in, and they tapped it. And if you tap it long enough, it burned out. Once you compare when the light bulb blows out and that reaction, and you put it next to the blue flash, they're not even close.
Okay, so if it wasn't a blown bulb, was it possibly a strike of lightning from outside? Atmospheric scientist Deanna Hentz reviews the local weather radar from that day.
What you're seeing is that a round of fairly intense thunderstorms went through the Houston area, but it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, whereas this video was taken at 11:30 in the morning. That really leaves me to think that lightning is not responsible for that flash.
Some experts believe wormholes in the universe create paths to move backwards in time and through parallel universes. Perhaps the blue flash was one such path.
I stand more on the side of this being a time glitch. It's an error in our time-space fabric.
What's that?
So what is it? The strange jump in the footage does point to some kind of time glitch, but whether it's caused by an alien force, a wormhole, or something else is unclear. So for now, I'm prepared to call this a genuine, unexplained phenomenon. We take you back to 1971, the village of Belmez in Andalusia, Spain. Local resident Maria Gomez Camara discovers a strange discoloration on her concrete kitchen floor. Oddly, after a few days, it changes and forms what appears to be a face. She tries to scrub it away to no avail, so her husband then tears up the floor and re-cements it. But a week later, the face reappears in the floor, followed by several more.
A number of times they've taken up the floor, they've tried to get rid of them, but the faces just keep coming back.
Word quickly spreads about the phenomenon in Belmez.
There's been a number of investigations and attempts at analysis of the site, and none of them have come up with any evidence of paint or tampering that would lead to a concrete explanation for the existence of the faces.
Even stranger, while researchers were examining the site, a number of long-expired human remains were found buried underneath the house, unbeknownst to the family.
I was able to verify that there was a late 1800 cemetery in that location. It likely was a Catholic cemetery that was long forgotten, and when they needed room to build homes, they just went ahead and built a home over it without realizing that the headstones had been removed.
A lot of the people that visited the Belmez faces thought that the bodies or the spirits or the souls beneath the home were showing themselves through these faces in the floor.
The family has always insisted this was not a hoax. They weren't hand-drawing the faces on their own floor. And though the mother Maria died in 2004, the image continues to draw visitors to the house to this day. But what are they really looking at? Our experts face off. First, perhaps this could all have been another example of pareidolia, the tendency of humans to see familiar shapes within randomly occurring patterns. But Andrew McCarthy isn't so sure.
Some say that these images could be an accident. Maybe they simply spilled something on the floor which stained it and it resembled a face. Then why does the face keep reappearing time and time again? That seems to rule out a coincidence.
Catholic miracle researcher Michael O'Neill says that while this resembles some confirmed miracles, it can't be classified as such.
There's a case in the 1700s in Austria called Our Lady of Absam. Began to manifest the face of the Virgin Mary. The glass was wiped clean with acid, and the image came back, according to the investigator. And as a result, they declared it to be miraculous. We don't have the same situation now. We don't see in real time the image returning, so it cannot be established as miraculous.
A chemical engineering firm in Spain that analyzed the Belmez faces in 2014 told us their tests using infrared scanning and electron microscopes did not find any traces of inorganic materials like paint where the images appeared. But Mick West thinks it's very possible the faces weren't painted on, but instead created with another technique.
It seems almost like they're removing areas rather than adding to the areas. It's very dark around the outside of the face and then it's white in the middle. So it could just simply be that they added something like bleach, but then would eventually evaporate and you wouldn't really see any residue of that.
Mick makes an interesting case for bleach, but the most recent testing did not detect bleach or paint. So our verdict, these strange faces remain an unexplained phenomenon until we get more concrete proof. In November 2017, just as people are clamoring to get their hands on the latest iPhone, the internet is sent into a frenzy. Not by some viral dance craze, but by a 19th century Austrian painting. A photo of the expected one by artist Ferdinand Georg Waldmüller starts getting a lot of attention on Twitter.
A lot of people online point out that in her hands there is something very strange and definitely out of place. It looks to be like she's checking her Instagram or TikTok on a smartphone.
Keep in mind, this picture was painted in 1860. The girl's pose is unmistakably that of a distracted pedestrian from today, staring at a handheld device. People online immediately speculated this could be evidence someone in the future invented the ability to travel back centuries and brought back a sample of advanced technology. This is also not the first historic painting where 21st century technology was spotted. This 1937 mural by Umberto Romano seems to show a Native American staring into his own smartphone. And this depiction of God and Jesus in an Italian church fresco from the 1600s had people seeing something else from the heavens.
A lot of people online claim that this image of the Earth with these antennae strongly resembles the Sputnik satellite launched by the Soviet Union in the late 1950s.
But how would late Renaissance painter Ventura Salimbeni know what our early satellite technology looked like? Could he have been a visionary genius like Leonardo da Vinci, who prefigured the airplane with this device called the ornithopter? Or did someone from the future really go back in time? We now know Michelangelo secretly painted anatomically accurate images of the human brain on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. So painters can sneak secret images into their work. But an artist hiding evidence of future time travelers would be even more mind-blowing. So is that what we're seeing here? Our experts enlighten us. First, we asked physicist Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi if time travel is even theoretically possible.
The laws of physics do allow for time travel under certain situations. One of them is when you have a wormhole. If you move around one end of the wormhole at near the speed of light, someone could actually exit the wormhole before they entered it, meaning they went backwards in time.
So it's theoretically possible, but is it probable? We showed the paintings to Mick West. He says these modern-looking objects don't quite add up to clear proof some later generations solved the time travel equation.
If time travelers were coming from 1,000 years in the future, they would bring things from their time. I don't think they would stop off in the early 21st century and pick something up and then go back to the 18th century.
So it seems likely the smartphones are being mistaken for something else. But what?
For the lady that's walking in the meadow, it was very common to have these little books that were devotions or just little religious scriptures. We have those little hymnals in museums that are about roughly the same size that date from that same period.
And as for the Sputnik satellite,
between the Christ figure and God is this huge sphere, which is called a creation globe. The antennae are actually scepters that God and Christ are holding. The Renaissance artist was trying to envision this whole idea of creation with his artistic license.
Clearly, a lot of internet users jump to the same wrong conclusion, and there's a good reason for that.
When our children and grandchildren look back on the artwork that we've done, they may be scratching their heads and wondering, what is that object he's holding in his hand?
So by the time our descendants look at artwork from today, technology will have moved on, and they may similarly confuse certain objects for newer technology that has since emerged. Our verdict? A collective case of misidentification. We can't rule out that somebody in the future has unlocked the secret of traveling to the past, since even scientists of today say space and time are not absolutes. But these paintings are not proof of that being the case. It's 2010 near Lake Natron in northern Tanzania. A British photographer travels to the lake with camera in hand and is instantly taken aback by what he encounters. From his photos, you might think that these are pieces of artwork, maybe even wicker creations. But these are real animals, seemingly petrified in place. A frozen flamingo floats on the water, while a stock-still songbird perches on a branch. Author Heidi Halle says these photos are so chilling that they became an internet sensation.
It seemed like they were frozen in mid-motion of living their lives, so it was really just disturbing and really heartbreaking to see.
The animals in these photographs definitely look like they could have encountered the ancient Greek monster Medusa, who turned all who gazed upon her to stone. But there's another theory that hits a bit closer to home.
In that area, there is the legend of Papabawa, which is a bat-like demonic creature that would come and paralyze people in their sleep. And there are many who are suspicious that Papabawa is responsible for killing the animals here at Lake Natron.
There's also a more natural theory about what brought these animals down. Some say the red color of the lake seen in some footage is evidence of toxic algae that is killing the creatures. What's most curious about Lake Natron is that it doesn't appear to be deadly to all animals. In fact, 75% of the world's population of lesser flamingos live in its lagoon. So who or what happened to these unlucky animals that seemingly froze them in place? Could it be the legendary Popobawa after all? We turn to our experts to investigate. Science writer Amy Teitel considers the famous legend of Popobawa
According to legend, Popobawa only attack humans with the goal of inspiring fear spreading throughout humanity. So for this demon to hypothetically attack an animal is not how this myth goes.
So let's rule out these mythological beings. Could there be a real-life predator that's causing these animals to freeze at the moment of death? Wildlife biologist Dr. Stephanie Schuttler looks into this theory.
There are animals that can essentially freeze their prey by paralyzing them. Snakes do this with venom. It breaks down different parts of the prey's body and they can't move. And there's the brown recluse spider. When it bites you, it breaks down tissue. But spiders and snakes, they consume the prey that they kill. So it's really strange that we see the bodies of these animals largely intact.
So if it's not a predator, could toxic red algae have killed these creatures? Biologist Dr. Floyd Hayes investigates.
Red tides occur in areas that are rich in nutrients. They're caused by dinoflagellate algae, which produce toxins and can kill organisms. But organisms killed during red tides are not preserved like this. In fact, they quickly disintegrate.
Yet NASA geologist Dr. Bob Anderson thinks the algal blooms may provide a clue.
This is a lake that's associated with volcanism. When you have these nearby volcanoes, a lot of times they have these toxic type of gases in there. These algae are feeding off of the nutrients that are coming from the volcano.
So toxins from volcanic gases or algal blooms may be what's causing these deaths. But then why aren't the animal remains decomposing?
There are a number of lakes that have high concentrations of natron in them that have formed when large amounts of volcanic ash cover the lake, and as the water evaporates, the sodium bicarbonate becomes concentrated. The lake is extremely alkaline. It has a pH of about 9 to 10.5.
And Anderson says it's this high alkalinity that solves the mystery.
This animal looks like he's been exposed to this alkaline type of area. Somehow they get covered up quickly from the water. They're in the muds, and these muds are also very alkaline. And so they actually act as a coating, and they mummified the thing.
Anderson says what the animal's body goes through is also similar to petrification, which turns organic material into fossils.
What happens in this process is that water goes through, and as water is carrying minerals, they take out an organic mineral and replace it with a mineral like quartz or something that's very hard.
Our verdict? So this is really pretty cool. It turns out these animals are not actually petrified, they're mummified. The high alkalinity in the lake from sodium bicarbonate is what causes this process. But that still doesn't explain why the creatures are perfectly frozen in place. Well, we caught up with a photographer and he admits he found them on shore and then posed them like this to achieve that haunting look in his photos. It's late September 2019 in the coastal town of Weston-super-Mare in England. One morning, a local woman wakes up bewildered at what's taking place in her bedroom. She grabs her phone and starts recording.
I'm in my bedroom and I'm looking at the wall. What is this sorcery that is happening?
The woman holds up her hand in front of the wall in a state of utter shock. The image is blurry, but you can clearly see her pan the camera as a red car drives past a block of buildings.
I am confused at how this is happening.
It appears a row of white houses is being projected onto her bedroom wall. They look like perfectly normal residential buildings, except for one thing. They are all upside down. Journalist Amy Title wonders if it's all an illusion.
What's really interesting is her curtains are pretty much completely closed. So it could just be a trick of the light.
When the video gets posted and goes viral, some suggest the buildings are not of our world, but a nearly identical one, a glimpse into another dimension. Is such a portal even possible? Consider that other dimensions might exist, according to something called string theory.
String theory is a theory whereas instead of having atoms as kind of the base layer that creates everything, that everything in the universe is created by one-dimensional strings.
These one-dimensional strings, or filaments of energy, are the smallest objects in the universe, and they're said to vibrate in different patterns.
And these strings can vibrate against each other and create multiple dimensions.
Now, string theory tells us there could be up to 10 or 11 dimensions. So has this woman discovered something big? Or is it just another example of other freaky physics? Our experts untangle what's going on.
We have a scene from another universe right in someone's bedroom. How is that possible?
Theoretical physicist Michio Kaku says something kind of like this is possible theoretically with a wormhole, where two black holes in different universes connect, establishing a doorway between them. But the proof wouldn't look like this.
Now, of course, if a black hole or wormhole were to open up in somebody's bedroom, the energy is so great that anyone's bedroom would be sucked inside, never to be seen again.
If it's not a bedroom black hole, maybe there's a projector hidden in the room. Video analyst Mick West takes a look.
These images are a bit blurry. I think if someone was trying to fake some kind of alternate reality, they would have used a clearer image. We can see that it is actually a projection because she waves her hand and leaves a shadow, so it's not actually something that's added to the video afterwards.
So it's not CGI, but could it be a bit of movie magic coming from an electronic projector? That doesn't explain why the image appears upside down. And West says it doesn't match what he sees from the woman's shadow.
The projector would have to be behind her for her to cast a shadow on the wall. And what's behind her from that perspective is the window. So the projector would have to be basically where the window is.
In the clip, we don't see a projector, but we do see tiny gaps in the curtain.
There's just this one small, thin rectangle, a hole, an aperture. And because this is the only way that light can get in, it's acting as what's called a pinhole camera. The term we use for that is camera obscura.
As light rays hit an object and then travel through the aperture of a pinhole camera, they project the image of an object upside down. This creates the camera obscura effect. And just to prove it conclusively, West has been able to recreate it.
I took this plastic sheet here, and I put it over the window, and it has this little hole in here. And then when I turned the camera around, I could see that there was a projection of my backyard onto the back wall of my garage. And like in the video we saw, I can cast a shadow on it. And here's an image of me walking around, waving this umbrella around, projected onto the back wall of my garage.
Our verdict? This is an example of camera obscura from a pinhole camera accidentally made by the window shade. The buildings we see in the image are actually the neighbors' houses from right across the street. We might not have traveled to a new universe, but we got a good lesson in the science of optics. You passed. Class dismissed. December 2019. It's just after Christmas in the small community of Porter, north of Houston, Texas. A man is heading out alone on what seems like a normal Lone Star evening. But his doorbell is about to catch something extraordinary. The motion sensor records the man as he exits the front door and strolls casually down the walkway. But as he turns towards the driveway, he freezes momentarily and suddenly vanishes. Watch that again. And pay close attention to the ball of light that shoots up to the sky as he disappears. Did we just see an act of teleportation? Journalist MJ Banias, who reports on the unexplained, says it wouldn't be the first reported case.
Cultures and religions have been talking about the ability to travel great distances in a short period of time for generations. In Jewish Kabbalah, rabbis and ascetics could pray and meditate and enter a holy state where they would be able to perform a sort of teleportation act.
Let's teleport back from ancient Israel to modern Georgia. And this internet classic, a high-speed pursuit shot from a police dash cam in 1997.
Police officer is hot on the tail of someone who stole a car and is trying to chase him down. After a bunch of maneuvers on the road, in some bizarre twist, the car thief takes a left turn and disappears through a fence.
Lieutenant Wayne Daniels was at the wheel during this perplexing event.
When it all occurred, it happened so fast. I figured the fence would wrap him up, he'd be in a big old cocoon, but yet the fence was still standing in front of me and keeping me closed off from getting inside the yard. I had no idea to begin with how a car could get through a 10-foot chain link fence.
And just recently, we've seen headlines reporting that teleportation is now a matter of science, at least on the subatomic level.
So the idea has been around since Einstein. We've known that it's possible to teleport at least photons. And even more recently, scientists have been able to use quantum entanglement to teleport larger structures.
Now, based on some physics calculations, it's thought it would require the energy an entire city uses for a year to teleport a human being. But that hasn't stopped people from believing that advanced teleportation tech exists in secret. So do these videos prove it? Let's turn to our experts. First, Michael Primo examines the doorbell video.
So I've analyzed many Ring camera video recordings, but one thing that they all have in common is that they use a high level of what's called visual compression. So I employed what's called macro block analysis as well as motion vector analysis. These tests reveal that the encoder was not documenting new pixel information for 30 frames. It is entirely possible that this is encoder error. So there's several different reasons as to why this occurred at this specific point in time. The first is there was a drop in the internet connection to which the camera was not transmitting information to the cloud to actually document those frames. The second is simply camera malfunction.
So the glitching doorbell didn't capture teleportation in the act. But how did that car in the police video seemingly teleport to the other side of the fence? After some investigation, Lieutenant Daniels believes he solved the puzzle.
On most fence, when you set the poles, you put the fence on the outside of the poles so that it protects anyone from going through the fence into a yard. This particular fence was set on the back side of the post so that when the car hit the fence, the aluminum ties that hold the fence to the poles popped loose. The fence swung open like a garage door, and before the dust could settle, the fence had done come straight back down in front of me.
So our verdict on both of these videos? The anomaly of the teleporting Texan can be explained by a faulty camera. And the mystery of the vanishing Georgia bandit can be explained by a faulty fence. However, a recent experiment in 2017 by Chinese researchers did manage to teleport the quantum state of a photon to a satellite 870 miles in orbit. Perhaps the days of beam me up, Scotty, could be on the horizon. It's May 2017, and we're in the lush forest outside Portland, Oregon, where a hiker records a most unusual walk in the woods. Watch that again. The hiker walks through the mirror as though it's an open door, then turns back to see where he came from, and eventually returns back through the mirror. I get it, pretty out there, but if it's an illusion, it's an impressive one, and that's not all.
As he goes through the mirror, you can see that the ivy is on the right side of the tree. But then when he goes back through and he turns around, the ivy is on the left. So it seems like everything has flipped. It's really disorienting.
Now work with us here a minute, because McCarthy points out that modern science is open to the notion of mirror worlds.
There are actually scientists out there who are studying the idea that a mirror universe might actually exist. And they're running experiments using subatomic particles to see if those particles will turn into mirror versions of themselves.
The idea of mirror universes comes from a measurement of neutrons that makes no sense. Neutrons, when taken out of the nucleus of an atom, will decay away.
According to the law of conservation of mass, that can't just happen.
If neutrons are, say, disappearing, then maybe they're disappearing into an alternate parallel universe. Sounds crazy, but this is actual physics that people are testing.
If a parallel universe does exist, has this individual found a portal to it? Before you go running headfirst into your reflection, let's ask our experts to explain. Our astrophysicist Hakeem Oluseyi says the existence of a mirror universe is theoretically possible, but points out we wouldn't be able to just step into it.
When physicists speak about a mirror parallel universe, they're talking about something similar to what we have, but we don't feel it or interact with it. In this case, the person is still in our universe.
So we need a more prosaic explanation of this footage. And forensic video analyst Mick West thinks he's got one.
So I think what happens here, you get a clue as he gets towards the mirror here. He approaches the mirror at a 45-degree angle, so you can't see his reflection. So I think what happens, and if this was the mirror, you'd come up to the mirror, 45 degrees, you rotate it, come back out again, and turn around. Then you can come back in, do the same thing, come out this way. All you have to do is then cut that video and remove the bits where you turn the camera. It's very, very well done. It's a camera trickery, but it's nicely done camera trickery.
Okay, our verdict. This video was an impressively made hoax. While a mirror universe may still exist, we don't yet have an easy way to visit it. Not through a mirror, and sadly, not through a TV screen either.
While the United States officially denied investigating UAPs until 2017, some nations had always been ahead in their approach to the subject. Leading the world in UAP research is the South American country of Chile. In 1997, the Chilean government officially instructed air traffic control and military personnel to create the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena. The committee studies all reports of UAP activity by commercial, military, and civilian pilots. One of the most well-publicized was a shocking incident that occurred in 2014, when Chilean naval officers flying along the coast of Santiago captured video of a UAP.
There was an incident in 2014 where a military helicopter got video of a strange object. It kind of looked like a rocket with some sort of plume behind it. And they said they were at about 4,500 feet.
They have 9 minutes of fairly clear video that exists on this. The Chilean military studied it for 2 years, and they were not able to identify this at all.
Chile, like many other South American countries, seem to be far more open to the idea that there are objects coming into our airspace.
I think one of the reasons why South American countries are more open-minded about the UFO and the extraterrestrial question is because it is part of their cultural heritage. In fact, Peru and Bolivia, they're treasure troves for the ancient astronaut theory. The whole pre-Inca culture and even the Inca culture spoke of these beings of light that descended from the sky. And so these countries essentially grew up with this intrinsic knowledge of something up in the sky.
Brazil has had a history of really dramatic UFO encounters. Chile, I think Uruguay maybe as well, but the whole world didn't pay much attention to it.
In addition to South America, now other parts of the world are also starting to disclose information about UFOs. Governments are openly investigating encounters reported by both civilians and military personnel. But many researchers believe the most noteworthy country to join this international effort is also one of the most skeptical: Japan. In 2018, the Japanese government released an official statement denying the existence of UFOs.
For the longest time in Japan, those in charge, those at the top of the defense departments, have denied UFOs, showed a disinterest in UFOs, basically a complete dismissal of the UFO topic completely.
The Japanese government
made a sudden press release that said they would not recognize any UFO encounters or extraterrestrial presence on Earth or in the airspace of Japan. I thought this was very strange, as we had already interviewed 2 pilots who had several incidents and testimonies that they gave us regarding various pilots' encounters in the air and from the ground over the years when they were active in the military.
Mamoru Sato, a former wing commander in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, said that he regularly heard stories from other pilots as well as civilians about UAP sightings.
Some people said, there's something strange out there. There were a lot of opportunities to see inexplicable things, such as UFOs, that were monitoring the sky and training in the sky. And it was my subjective view that we should make a report and organize these things as correct data. But even when this happened, it was only shared among colleagues and not reported publicly.
According to Sato, numerous pilots have reported highly unusual encounters with what they described as cigar-shaped objects. During one such incident, a student in his fighter pilot course even lost control of his craft.
He said, the aircraft started going crazy. The alarm rang to indicate that something was wrong with the machine. I saw a cigar-shaped object flying about 1,500 meters high from east to west. The anomaly continued until it disappeared.
For years, pilots in the Japanese military were instructed to remain silent about such incidents. But in September 2020, Japan's decades-long policy of secrecy and denial came to an end when Defense Minister Taro Kono tasked the Japanese Self-Defense Forces to make a visual recording of any encounter with an unexplained craft. Many believe this very public shift in policy was prompted by a meeting held 1 month earlier between Minister Kono and his U.S. counterpart, Defense Secretary Mark Esper.
The Japanese, after this meeting, gave a press conference, and they said one of the topics that came up was unidentified aerial phenomena, and we talked about the need to cooperate on this.
That's a major development, I think, when you have close allies like the U.S. and Japan openly speaking about the UFO issue and agreeing to cooperate. We've come so far in such a short amount of time.
The fact that Japan denied that there was UFO activity happening in their country, and now they're establishing the Japanese Space Operations Squadron, says to me that there clearly is something going on over the skies of Japan.
Ancient astronaut theorists suggest governments throughout the world are finally beginning to acknowledge that there may be objects in our skies that are not of this Earth. August 1946. Esteemed U.S. naval officer and explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, one of the first pilots to fly over both the North and South Poles, organizes Operation High Jump, the largest expedition ever to travel to Antarctica. With 13 ships, 23 aircraft, and over 4,700 military personnel.
This was very important, that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve, but by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth.
It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around him that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master tells him that they're highly disappointed in what humans are doing with nuclear weapons and how they've recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
For UFO researchers, this account from Admiral Byrd's diary is particularly significant due to the fact that the modern UFO era began right after World War II and the detonation of the first atomic bombs. It has also been noted that a high number of UFO sightings have been reported in the vicinity of nuclear missile silos.
Admiral Byrd's story is congruent with the stories that we hear from numerous accounts of angelic or extraterrestrial type beings that are very concerned about what humanity is doing with nuclear weapons. Just ask the Air Force officers at the U.S. missile silos, the nuclear missile silos, that have seen their silos and their nuclear arms disarmed by what are perceived to be extraterrestrial beings. They're very concerned that we are ultimately not just going to destroy ourselves, but could harm our planet, which is their world as well.
If Admiral Byrd's secret diary is authentic, does it reveal not only that there are highly advanced beings living inside the Earth, but also that they are monitoring what happens on the surface? According to the diary, after this incredible encounter, Admiral Byrd was eager to share his story, but was ordered to remain silent.
Byrd comes back after this experience. He is taken to a government compound where he is told that he is never to speak of this publicly and that everything he says is classified.
Could Admiral Byrd's story point to a profound connection between the ancient traditions of strange beings living inside the Earth and the modern-day UFO phenomenon? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe we may be fast approaching the time when we will find ourselves face to face with the beings of Inner Earth. Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1953. Albert K. Bender, the nation's top UFO investigator, receives a threatening visit that will bring his research to an abrupt and premature halt.
Albert K. Bender founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau. This was during the big UFO flap of 1952, when flying saucers were witnessed over Washington, D.C. and many other areas around the world. And this organization blew up big within that first year. However, just a year later, he suddenly ended the International Flying Saucer Bureau, and people wondered why. And what happened was that he came home one night, went into his bedroom, and suddenly these three dark, shadowy figures materialized through his wall into his bedroom. They were wearing the hats and the overcoats. They had glowing eyes, and they smelled like sulfur.
According to Bender, the three entities communicated with him through telepathy, warning him to discontinue his UFO research and stop publishing his influential magazine, The Space Review. Afterwards, he became ill and didn't eat for 3 days.
After this experience, Bender was repeatedly visited. He said they gave him headaches, they controlled him telepathically, and he ultimately gave up his UFO researches and stopped publishing the Space Review, in which he documented UFO sightings throughout the world.
He told the people that had been subscribers and he was working with, they told me, we come from a very, very far distant place in this universe. And we have been coming and going from your planet for some time, and we cannot allow you or anyone to interfere. And in fact, we have taken many humans from this planet to cover up our operations until we are done.
This is a very influential point in our history, especially in the ufology community, in which shadow entities interfered and thwarted somebody's research and possibly set the field back a number of years.
The visitors Albert Bender encountered matched descriptions of what is today known as the Hat Man, but he called them by another name, the Men in Black. While the Men in Black are often portrayed in pop culture as government agents, many who claim to have encountered them believe they are something other than human.
The Men in Black are mysterious and nefarious entities. They're shadowy, they wear black clothing. Many people believe that they're either extraterrestrials or somehow they're working for extraterrestrials to prevent humans from learning the truth about extraterrestrials on Earth.
They talk to UFO witnesses. Some people have reported they seem to not know things that are common, like, you know, which end of a pin to use, or if they're offered something to eat or drink, they don't know how to eat or drink it.
Both the Hat Man and the Men in Black are known for wearing a hat. They both influence people telepathically. They both appear to be sometimes malevolent, and they could in fact be the same type of a being. There's a theory that the Hat Man and the Men in Black are actually the ringleaders of the shadow people, and that in fact they direct the shadow people to influence humans in particular to keep them from investigating UFO experiences.
There's no question that the stories of shadow people, Men in Black, and other visitations are all mixed in together. Are they the same? Possibly. But what I think what is really happening on this planet is mass hysteria of real events that are happening to real people, and they can't understand what's going on. Who knows what's happening?
In Suffolk County, England, there is a remote forest in the village of Rendlesham that has become famous for being the site of one of the most extraordinary UFO encounters ever reported. And some of those who experienced it believe this incident also involved time travel. The event occurred on December 26, 1980. Airman John Burroughs was performing a routine security check at a U.S. Air Force base when he received orders to investigate a possible downed aircraft.
My supervisor called me on the radio and asked me to meet up with him so we could check the east gate. We're driving down the road leading to the east gate to check on it when all of a sudden he saw some strange lights in the forest. So I decided to call it in and let him know something strange was going on. They decided to send one of the security units down, which was Sergeant Pennison. He got down there and he saw the same strange lights that we were seeing.
I could see all these multiple color lights and things like that, and the air felt different. I don't know how to really explain that, but it did feel like there was electricity on our skin and hair and stuff. But that progressively got worse the closer we got to the tree line, and it got more intense.
There seemed to be like an electricity-charged atmosphere, and then also there were points where it seemed like everything was going in slow motion.
As the servicemen approached the strange lights, Sergeant Pennison reportedly saw a large craft just beyond the tree line.
The craft was triangular in shape, measuring about 6 to 7 feet high, black in color. I had come around to the far side of the craft, and that's when I noticed that there was, inscription on the side. It is about 3 feet long, maybe 6 inches high. So I'm expecting to find, I don't know, some kind of prototype stuff, USAF. I'm looking for something very familiar. Instead of something familiar, I see these pictorial type glyphs and got running my hand over the side of the craft. I don't know how to explain this. It's like someone was holding a picture up, okay? I could see it in my mind's eye. Zeros, ones. So I recorded those, one after another.
When Penniston touched the craft, he then said that he felt a strange download of information to his mind, and he felt compelled the next day to write down a series of zeros and ones, which we now regard as binary code.
Years later, a computer programmer took this information, ran it through a translation program, and a message emerged. The message read, "Exploration of humanity, continuous for planetary advance, eyes of your eyes, origin year 8100. When one sees origin year 8100, one is forced to speculate, might we be looking not just at extraterrestrials, but time travelers from the future?
After the incident, the U.S. military conducted a brief investigation, but allegedly tried to keep the eyewitnesses away from the press. But for Airman Burroughs and Officer Penniston, the event wasn't easy to leave behind. Both men had lasting physical effects from the encounter and even reported strange dreams.
After the incident, I started having throat and eye problems. At one point, my gums turned white. I also had vision problems, and when I went and saw the doctor, one of his first questions was, had I been ever exposed to radiation? I've definitely had dreams about it, and I still have feelings about what happened and what could happen in the future.
I got out of service in 1993. Then I was out about maybe 3 months, and then I started getting these dreams and nightmares. During the dreams, I could see that these were time travelers 40 to 50,000 years in the future. I see that the purpose to come back was to correct things, was to fix things. Something horrible has happened. Something they have to correct. But it requires time travel. It requires going back into the past. I've never had a feeling of it being extraterrestrial. It's always been that they were simply us in the future.
Could it be that the craft reportedly witnessed by James Penniston and John Burroughs came not from a distant star, but from a distant point in time? Central New Mexico, October 19th, 2019. Investigative journalist Linda Moulton Howe has invited ancient astronaut theorist Giorgio Tsoukalos to join her on a trip to a spot in the desert just outside Roswell, very near what is known as the skip site. According to eyewitnesses, one of the 3 UFOs seen in the sky in July 1947 first crashed to Earth near this location, then was propelled back into the air, skipping like a stone in a pond before finally coming to rest. Linda was contacted by geologist Frank Kimbler, who wants to show her mysterious metal fragments that he found here and search the area for more.
Linda, this is so exciting. I have not been here in a couple of years, so I'm really looking forward to meeting Frank.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we've got a geologist who's helping, because the geologist looks at land and says if there is debris, there's going to be some kind of a drift with the land. And just from what I know, he has studied some areas meticulously.
Right.
Giorgio and Linda arrive at the skip site and meet Frank Kimbler, a local geologist and professor of earth science.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you. All right.
Frank,
Linda, finally.
Yes, you and I have been chasing these artifacts.
Chasing the
from
metals,
UFOs
looking for
so many
looking for parts.
Yes.
Professor Kimbler has spent nearly a decade searching areas beneath the purported trajectory of the Roswell craft with infrared technology and metal detectors.
When an object crashes, they're going to scatter a variety of materials around. Knobs, control devices, plastic, wires, whatever. If it's coming apart, it's going to leave those pieces behind. And those are the kinds of pieces that I want to find and have found some of.
Since 2011, Professor Kimbler has uncovered more than a dozen metal fragments that he has subjected to scientific testing and found to be highly unique.
That's what we want to go out there and see where you've been getting this.
Frank.
Yeah.
What's inside the case?
Oh, this is the magic right here. This is some of the material that I have found out here using a metal detector.
Interesting.
The stuff is very interesting. It's all twisted and mangled up. Something that you would expect to happen from a crash is to have metal that's compact and twisted.
When Professor Kimbler laid out his box of his pieces of metal, the first thing that struck me is these were tiny, tiny, tiny fragments. Could they possibly be from wreckage?
These pieces are small, which is things that the government would have missed. They wouldn't have been able to find it.
And here's my magic. Let's get a comparison here.
Oh,
this, look at it. It's like a snow field. After all these years, all of the pieces, they look absolutely pristine. That's the magnesium zinc side.
This has got layers to it. That's amazing.
But I bet you've never seen anything like this.
Being an earth scientist, being a geologist, I've seen lots of all kinds of materials that are out there. I have never, ever seen anything like this. This fragment that Linda is showing me, that stuff is absolutely amazing. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. And what's interesting about it is that it has some layers, some banding on it. And that banding is very similar to some of the banding that I found in photomicrographs of the material that I have from out here.
I think as Giorgio is holding this, he's holding something made by another intelligence from someplace we don't understand, and this is truly extraterrestrial.
Is it possible that Giorgio is holding an actual fragment of an extraterrestrial craft? And if so, could even more incredible artifacts still remain in the desert outside Roswell?
We need to get going, and we need to get out there so you guys can experience finding some of this stuff, which is amazing.
All right, let's go explore.
So where do you think's best here now?
We're in the perfect spot, and we're going to cover this whole thing right here.
Uncovering bits of debris in this vast desert is a daunting task. But after nearly a decade spent combing the entire area, Professor Kimbler has pinpointed certain hotspots. Some of the artifacts he brought with him today were discovered in this very location just within the past month.
So just above the area of the ground, we're going to sweep back and forth like this. And we're going to cover this side to side, back and forth, little by little. I've been out here 6 or 7 or 8 hours at a whack swinging this thing till my arms break off. We can cut across this way.
You're waiting for that beep.
We're looking off in this general direction out here. The craft basically either had some kind of mechanical failure or something blew up.
Professor Kimbler scans the area along the gouge, meticulously covering every inch. After nearly 2 hours, he has not detected any metal objects.
Giorgio, my arm is about to break off, and I'm kind of hoping that you just might have a little bit better luck than me doing this.
Let's see.
You saw what I was doing. It's already fired up. And I'm going to let you swing this, and we can just walk in. There you go. It's working perfect.
Excellent.
Maybe you'll be able to get the magic flowing on this. I think we need to head up right over here because this is right at the base of a hill, and there's a bunch of disturbed rocks. Might be a good place to capture material that has run off. Also,
within just a few minutes of taking over the metal detecting, Giorgio gets a hit.
I heard something.
Yeah.
There is something.
Oh my God. There is something there, and we need to dig it up. Let me help you find it.
Okay. It's right here somewhere.
We'll find it. We will find it. You're on top of it. You're right there.
Right there.
See if it's there. It's in my hand.
Wow.
Now comes the hard part. It's a piece of wire.
All right, okay.
A tiny little piece of wire. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna take it and have it analyzed because maybe it's got something in it that's weird.
Let's still investigate this.
We need to take it and have it tested.
Giorgio hands off the metal detector to Linda, who continues along the gouge. Just a few feet from where Giorgio detected a piece of wire, they get another hit.
All right, pick up your bracelet too. I tell you what, let's dump it into this hand, right here. There we go. It's another piece of wire.
This is strange looking, though. Why is it so twisted and mangled?
I have no idea.
You said that if there was debris, this would be one of the places because of the geographic terrain right here.
It's runoff, and this is what I've used time and time again to find stuff.
As far as Giorgio and Linda are concerned, any metal objects found in the so-called gouge area are worth examining. Is it possible that these bits of wire represent debris from the 1947 crash that was overlooked by the military? Quang Binh Province, Vietnam, 1991. Logger Ho Khan discovers a mysterious entrance to a hidden mountain cave obscured by dense jungle overgrowth. The cliffs leading down to the entrance are so steep he cannot explore it further, but he notes its location. Nearly 2 decades later, the British Cave Research Association finally explores the cave. What the team discovers is astounding. It is the largest underground chamber on the planet.
It's not just a cave. It's an actual world in Vietnam. Inside this cave, it's 40 stories high. There's actually an ancient forest. It's got flowing water, not just a puddle or a stream, but an actual river. Inside the cave is an entire growing ecosystem. And it's so deep that it looks like it's an entrance to a whole other reality.
This incredible subterranean realm, called the Son Doong Cave, is estimated to be roughly 3 million years old. It runs through the earth for nearly 6 miles, and numerous areas where the cave ceiling has collapsed allow sunlight to enter, resulting in the growth of trees and other vegetation. But according to area residents, what's most notable about Son Doong Cave are the strange creatures that are believed to dwell within it.
Local residents describe seeing reptilian-type humanoid beings emerging from the Son Doong Cave, and they believe that they actually live deep inside this cave. What's fascinating about this is that these reptilian-type humanoid beings are similar to the seraphim or the winged serpents in Kabbalistic tradition. The seraphim are said to have gone and lived in the inner earth, according to Kabbalistic teaching.
Is it possible that reports of reptilians at Son Doong Cave are encounters with beings from inner earth? While it may sound too incredible to be true, there have been reports that during the Vietnam War in the 1970s, U.S. soldiers encountered what they described as upright lizards inhabiting caves. And accounts of reptilian beings existing in underground caverns can be found all across the globe, even on the other side of the world, in Cusco, Peru.
Throughout Peru and around Cusco particularly, there are many, many stories of a tunnel system that has something to do with serpent deities, which they call the Amaru there. The Peruvian authorities themselves decided it was too dangerous for people to go into these tunnels, so they looked for all of the entrances they could around Cusco, and they sealed them up. And this is a well-known story within Peruvian history.
While there have been many reports from around the world of human-like reptilians, There is another inner-earth entity described in the Zohar that is even more commonly witnessed in modern times.
According to Zoharic literature, there are beings inside the earth having large black eyes and a nose that leaves only 2 dark holes on the face. Now that corresponds to things that we've heard about these, for lack of a better word, ETs. There is a lot of evidence that these beings that we think are coming from another planet are not coming from another planet. They're coming from inside our own Earth.
The black-eyed entities, commonly referred to as grays by ufologists, are the beings most often reported by alleged alien abductees, many of whom claim to have been taken aboard saucer-shaped craft. Could it be that the so-called flying saucers, so often reported in modern times, are not coming from outer space, but inner Earth? According to some ancient astronaut theorists, this notion is supported by numerous accounts of UFOs that are seen disappearing into the landscape, and sometimes even flying directly into mountains. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, roughly 2,500 miles northeast of Australia, lie the ruins of a once great ancient city, Nan Madol, consisting of hundreds of man-made islands off the eastern coast of Micronesia. It has been dubbed the 8th wonder of the world.
The site of Nan Madol on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia is one of the strangest places on the planet. It's an 11-square-mile complex composed of over 250 million tons of basalt logs that are floating on a submerged coral reef. They're 18 feet long, 4 feet in diameter, and are stacked 40 feet up in the air. Why did they do this, and how did they do this?
Today, the site lies abandoned and shunned by the local Micronesians, who consider it haunted.
Nan Madol is one of these disappeared civilizations. It's fascinatingly interesting. This seems to have been the center of power of a major civilization, and yet it also seems that it might have been built on earlier civilizations that are lost in time.
Since stone is difficult to accurately date, no one knows for certain when it was constructed or how it was built.
When you ask the local population, where were these blocks quarried? In unison, they will tell you from across the island, and that they were flown across the island.
According to legend, twin sorcerers of giant proportions came down from the sky and floated above the site and positioned the basalt columns as they desired. A legend that's very similar to the same story at Pumapunku.
When I hear stories like that, I wonder, well, perhaps we have another example of what I refer to as misunderstood technology.
As with other sites like Pumapunku, Baalbek, and the Coricancha, legend says that these structures were not the first to exist here, but instead were built above a much older city.
The mystery of Nan Madol is even more intriguing when we factor in the local legend that states that it was built on an earlier civilization called the Kanamweso, which is submerged below water but still has those same basalt megaliths.
Objects that appear to be basalt columns have in fact been found beneath the ocean at Nan Madol. And those who have studied the columns, both above and below the water, have discovered a curious electromagnetic anomaly.
There's a strong magnetic field in every single one of the 250 million tons of basalt there. You can take a compass and run it along these basalt blocks, and your compass will just spin as you move it along the blocks. Also, it's thought that the site itself is a special power spot and an energy vortex, and that's why Nan Madol is built there. and this legendary sunken city called Cananhueso as well.
The local population also reports many sightings of orbs and lights that have been seen hovering around Nan Madol. Is it because of the magnetic spectrum of Earth? And you have to wonder if through magnetism the stones were transported in the first place, because they were transported through the air.
Some ancient astronaut theorists suggest that elevated electromagnetic energy present at Nan Madol was not only a powerful tool used to move the giant basalt columns, but that it may also have been the reason that extraterrestrials helped the locals to build here in the first place.
Could it be that there was a sacred kind of part of the site there where they were connected with the gods? You know, not just through visionary experiences, but actually something in the land, like a magnetic hotspot or a vortex.
We hear the word vortex in science fiction, popular culture, all the time, and a vortex is just a mathematical thing that describes a swirling motion. An electromagnetic field can be formed in a vortex. You could create a vortex that would enable transporting information from somewhere else to here at the speed of light or faster than the speed of light. And if there are places on the Earth where these types of vortexes may be stronger than others, you could see people going there to build structures that maybe altered the electromagnetic field of the local environment.
Was there even some kind of portal or vortex present in some of these sacred places? If that's the case, we have to question these principles of oracle sites, megalithic temples. Were they built to harness this, to be these communication portals between these different places?
There is no question in my mind that these are much older sites than we think, and that they were spots for extraterrestrial communication a long time ago.
The Roswell incident remains the most well-known UFO event in history. But there have been reports of numerous other UFO crashes all over the world, as well as the recovery of strange metal debris. In 1991, geologists searching for gold deposits in Russia's Ural Mountains made a highly unexpected discovery. At depths of over 30 feet, they found a scattering of tiny metal coils and springs.
Russian scientists are finding these tiny nanoparticles. They found thousands of these things. They have to look at them through microscopes. Some of them are just 1/10,000th of an inch, you know, in size. They're all kinds of spirals and tiny machined bits. When they look at it, they seem to be exactly like the kind of tiny nanoparticles and machine bits that we are creating today.
What you see under the electron microscope is mind-boggling, because you see spirals, you see definitely something where the scientists who investigated this came to the conclusion that these items are artificially made out of tungsten and molybdenum. And so that right there is incredibly interesting, because that was found exactly at the skip site.
Molybdenum is the same material detected in the metal fragments that Frank Kimbler found in the desert outside Roswell. It is a super strong element commonly used in NASA spacecraft.
These microscopic spirals were made of wolfram and molybdenum. The melting temperature for wolfram is above 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and for molybdenum is about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Some version of NASA from some other star system could send a probe here to Earth, and it could fail and crash into Earth, and we would look at it and think, wow, where did this come from? Maybe one day we might be creating our own Roswell when we send our first probe to the nearest star.
Ancient astronaut theorists point out that dozens of visitors to the Ural Mountains have reported encounters with strange cigar-shaped craft trailing fire across the sky. Could this be the Russian Roswell?
Indeed, people living in the Ural Mountains, maybe more often than people living in other parts of Russia, witness some strange phenomena in the air and on the ground.
Ural Mountains are a very interesting space in the paranormal history of Russia. And I've studied a lot because there have always been incredible UFO sightings in the Ural Mountains. There are stories of civilizations that have disappeared or went under the ground, the so-called dwarf people in the Ural Mountains.
If the nanoparticles discovered in the Ural Mountains are debris from a crashed alien craft, they bring up another intriguing possibility. Because based on how deep below the Earth they were found, they could have been deposited there thousands of years ago.
They're thinking that these things must be over 50,000 years old. So is this also a debris field from a crashed extraterrestrial craft in the Ural Mountains? There could be crash sites all over the world that are hundreds of thousands of years old, right up to modern times.
Rumors abound that there are facilities located all over the world holding the remnants of crashed extraterrestrial craft, like in the remote hills of China, at Pine Gap in Australia, and Rudlow Manor in England.
Who knows if over the chronology of the history of planet Earth, there were more craft, just like at Roswell, that crashed.
Is it possible that Roswell is just one of many locations on planet Earth where debris from crashed extraterrestrial craft can be found? In May 2019, former British intelligence officer Nick Pope visited the ESETI Ranch in the Pacific Northwest. ESETI is home to the Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence Organization. UFO hunters consider it a major hotspot for unexplained aerial phenomena. Over the past 33 years, scientists from Boeing, NASA, and Lockheed Skunk Works have come to ESETI to research the activity in the sky. But what sets ESETI apart from other UFO watch organizations is that their most powerful observational tool is not a telescope, it's remote viewers.
Remote viewing is essentially taking people who have or believe they have the ability to see things not with their eyes but with their mind and putting them to work gathering intelligence. My first exposure to remote viewing came when I ran the UK government's UFO program. We looked at UFOs, crop circles, alien abductions, anything mysterious and unexplained, I did it. Remote viewing might be tapping into unknown dimensions. I know this sounds like science fiction, but actually it isn't. Some of the work being done at places like the Large Hadron Collider are now quite seriously looking at the concept of other dimensions.
At ESETI, ex-government remote viewing expert John Vivanco
Hi there.
and UFO skywatcher Peter Slattery lead a team of remote viewers. Today, they are working on an experiment that will combine human observation and remote viewing in an attempt to better understand what has become a recent increase in UFO sightings over Washington State's Mount Adams.
So let me know, please, what are your respective backgrounds with this?
I am a remote viewer. I've been doing this professionally for 20 years, over 20 years now. I run a team of remote viewers. We work operational type projects for clients, and we look at different types of phenomena that can't be explained through conventional means.
I'm known as an experiencer / contactee, but also I hold Skywatch events. So we're going to do a Skywatch and just see what happens.
Where are we going to do that?
Just going to go out to the Skywatch field here, so let's go and check it out.
Okay, great.
As Nick joins Peter to conduct field surveillance, John has stationed 2 remote viewers in a windowless room, armed with nothing more than a pencil and a drawing pad.
The way it works is that a remote viewer is given a random 8-digit number connected to what they're supposed to remote view. Now, they don't get what they're supposed to remote view, only the number. That's it. They're going to be at the location of whatever it is through the mind describing exactly what that is.
So what are these remote viewers actually going to be doing in there?
It's not so much viewing. We get visual snippets and a lot of body sensations. Basically, they're going to be drawing and writing a lot on papers.
And afterwards, once we've got the data, how are we actually going to analyze it?
So I will collect that information from them when they're done, and then in the morning we can meet up, see if we can come up with some explanation for what went on.
Well, great. That sounds good. I hope that we're going to have some interesting and meaningful results.
After discussing the details of the evening's plans, Peter and Nick part ways with John and join the rest of the Skywatch team in the field.
Pete, I see the team has grown somewhat.
We've got Adam here with us. He's going to be helping out the satellite tracker and monitoring the gear. It's just very important to be very quick off the mark, knowing what's what. Sometimes we could have two things in the sky at the same time, and one of them could be a satellite, the other not. People can mix it up. So when we're focused on the sky, it's great that somebody's focused on the satellite tracker.
Great. So we're essentially making sure we don't miss anything.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We don't want to muddle things up.
The team gets to work setting up the watch station before the sun goes down for the evening. They will be using various technology, including infrared cameras, in order to capture any anomalies in the sky. The location for their watch overlooks Mount Adams, the largest active volcano in Washington state, and a hotspot for UFO sightings. As night sets in, the team has all eyes glued to the sky and on the lookout for any objects that might cross their path. Utilizing real-time satellite tracking data, they can anticipate the arrival of all man-made traffic passing over their airspace.
Hey, is that a satellite? Yep.
Including the International Space Station, or ISS.
Adam, how are we on the timing with the ISS?
1 more minute.
And which direction? West?
It's going to be coming from the west, moving to the east.
Look how bright this thing is.
Whoa! Oh, there it is there. See? That's the space station. Can you see that?
The ISS, yep.
Okay.
While the field team watches the sky, the remote viewers are sketching visual representations of whatever comes to them. Incredibly, as the International Space Station passes overhead, both women begin to draw virtually identical rectangular objects.
Well, it's not a UFO, but it's still a pretty spectacular thing.
Yeah, it's pretty epic to see.
After spotting a few other satellites in the sky, Nick and Peter notice a mysterious, fast-moving object, one that does not appear to be a satellite.
One right there, right now. Look how quick it is. Is that a satellite? I've got it on camera.
Where are you at?
East, southeast.
I see nothing on the tracker.
Can you see it up here, guys?
Okay, I definitely saw it up in that section of the sky with my naked eye. It just caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I turned around, saw it for a few seconds, and then it faded.
That's exactly what I saw.
And there was nothing on the monitor at all?
Nope, nothing at all. That section of the sky was clear.
And that's satellites. What about aircraft and flight paths?
Nope, everything was clear.
Okay. Well, it was something.
Did Nick Pope and the ESETI team spot an extraterrestrial object in the night sky? One that inexplicably disappeared. Whistler, Canada, April 17th, 2019. Ancient astronaut theorist Giorgio Tsoukalos and retired NASA scientist Dr. Richard Hoover are about to board a helicopter bound for a massive ice cave in the Canadian wilderness.
All right, you ready for this?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Dr. Hoover spent most of his career studying fossils for signs of extraterrestrial microscopic life and is a leading proponent of panspermia, the idea that life on Earth originally rained down from comets in outer space. He has invited Giorgio to accompany him while he investigates the Whistler Ice Cave.
I always loved this.
Where he is confident that they will find the glacial ice teeming with microbial and perhaps even more sophisticated life forms. Life forms that may be thousands of years old.
Oh, this is just absolutely magnificent. It really is.
If alien microbes are reaching Earth, Dr. Hoover suggests that they could survive within such an environment for long periods of time. Today, he'll examine the glacier for the perfect samples to analyze in his laboratory.
So, Richard, how excited are you to be here to conduct this experiment? Well, I'm tremendously excited. This is absolutely a marvelous opportunity to do more studies of life in ice.
After a 20-minute helicopter ride, the team arrives at the Whistler Ice Cave in the Pemberton Glacier.
Wow. This is incredible.
Yeah. Amazing. Look at that. There must be 1,000 shades of blue in this ice cave. It's absolutely fantastic. And here we see all of these magnificent shades of blue, and up there you see big streaks of black. Glaciers like to eat rocks, and as they eat rocks, the rocks gather inside, and when the sun shines through the ice and hits the rocks, it can cause it to melt and form nice little pools of water, and then when bacteria and algae grow in there and respire and produce their photosynthetic products, they make their own atmosphere. So around every tiny rock in this glacier, there is a tiny planetary system with its own biology, its own atmosphere, its own soil, in effect, and its own oceans.
The ice here is tens of thousands of years old, but Dr. Hoover believes it is teeming with life.
Wow, I mean, this is spectacular. So you just described basically our environment on a microscopic level.
Exactly. There is an enormous amount of biology above us and throughout this wonderful glacier. What we are about to do is take a core sample of this beautiful blue ice.
So what are you looking for specifically right now?
What I want to do first is chop away an outer layer and get into the inner ice. And we'll be looking inside of the ice for the ice microorganisms. Now we know there can't possibly be any contamination because this ice has been in the glacier and now is only freshly exposed. And now we take the core. Now we're into the ice. I'll pull the ice core out. Okay.
And that's enough, right?
That's enough, yeah, for that first sample. Yeah, cap that.
Okay.
All the microorganisms that grow in ice typically grow very, very slowly. So, in fact, there are some microorganisms that only reproduce once every half a century or once a century.
So the microbes that are found in here, are they in suspend animation or are they moving around?
Probably both.
So essentially what you're saying is that this entire cave is filled with life.
Yes, but not just that. This entire ice cap is filled with life. There is this enormous amount of microorganisms that live and thrive and love to live in these low temperatures of the ice cave that we have here, and ice caves and icy glaciers all over the planet Earth, and probably all over icy regions within our entire solar system, and maybe widely distributed throughout the entire universe.
In a previous episode, we debunked this viral UFO video out of Miami as a fake, in part because there was only one witness.
What the is that? Holy...
Now we look to the Florida skies again, This time, we have lots of witnesses. And thankfully, one was a loyal viewer who sent us his own video. February 9th, 2021, Southern Florida. Stuart Eck is on the road when a flash of light makes him pull over. It's not the police, it's this.
Awesome, it's sunrise.
A large white plume unfurls across the sky, growing larger and larger. He's not frightened, but he is amazed.
You see the shockwave go out? Oh, wow, awesome!
I looked over and it was a giant flame in the sky.
Take another look. As the light passes over Stuart, it leaves behind a massive trail.
It ballooned out like it was exploding or something very different was going on. And it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life.
Not everyone Stuart talked to was as smitten with the object.
Unbelievable.
It scared a lot of people to death, thinking it was some type of weapon coming in from outer space.
Florida is a UFO hotspot. It's actually second only to California. There have been 7,000 sightings of UFOs in Florida since 1998.
But UFOs are consistently reported to fly without leaving visible exhaust or contrails. And there's another theory, a very human, high-tech weapon reported to leave a distinctive exhaust trail. The Chinese military already claims to have developed something called a hypersonic missile. As the name suggests, it travels at 5 times the speed of sound at low altitude. That's a game changer because such a weapon could make it from the human missile silos in central China to Washington, D.C., evading radar and existing air defense systems until it is already well over U.S. airspace. And American nuclear submarines reportedly now have their own hypersonic missile, dubbed the Sea Dragon. So that might be what Stuart witnessed. Another theory? This is some new rocket being developed by a space entrepreneur like Elon Musk. Notice how both this 2017 SpaceX launch and the one in Stuart's video have glowing contrails due to an effect you may have seen in an earlier episode about a suspected Chinese rocket. While it's dark on the ground, the rocket and its contrails are high up enough to be illuminated by the sun, even though it's over the horizon. But exactly what sort of rocket, missile, or other craft could be creating the huge exhaust trail in Stuart's video is a mystery. SpaceX's Falcon 9 has become the most flown operational U.S. rocket, reaching orbit 24 times in 2020. So could this be another Elon Musk venture, or is there something else more troubling going on? First, astronomer and video effects designer Mark D'Antonio considers if this could be a jet going supersonic.
When the jet approaches the sound barrier, you'll see a condensation front along the front of the jet.
In moist air, a speeding plane creates low-pressure areas where water condenses in a vapor cone. As the plane speeds up, the cloud moves down the body. And when the plane breaks through the sound barrier, it outraces the water droplets and the cone disappears.
What we're seeing here, though, is a continuous plume that's persistent. So this is definitely not a supersonic jet.
Our aviation expert Tim McMillan thinks he can narrow it down further.
That teardrop shape and that contrail there, that is characteristic of some type of rocket or potentially a missile test.
But when McMillan checks the SpaceX launch schedule, he rules out any Elon Musk-related UFOs. So could this be a new weapon system, like the Sea Dragon?
The U.S. is just now kind of getting into the hypersonics game and trying to develop more operational hypersonic platforms.
When D'Antonio digs deeper, he finds the U.S. military had tested submarine-launched missiles in the area that day. But the military won't say what exactly was launched.
If it was a missile test of some kind, it's probably a missile that they don't want you to know about.
Despite the strange appearance, we're calling this one a rocket or missile launch. But what rocket or missile, we may never know. What's clear is that the U.S. is in a race to develop unstoppable hypersonic missiles, so we may be witnessing one of the very first tests. Quebec, 2018. A French-speaking family is on an outing, enjoying a cloudless day when they notice something in the sky and start recording. A bizarre object rotates slowly, seeming to shine bright red and green lights as it turns. We push in and stabilize the image to get a better look. As the image comes into focus, you don't have to speak French to grasp the family's astonishment.
C'est quoi?
On voit.
Hey, c'était vraiment nice. On le voit? Oh, ça vient.
The family grows increasingly certain they've spotted something extraordinary. And check this out. At moments, it looks like this thing is flaming, something we've never seen before. Is it a craft burning off fuel as it ascends into space? Journalist MJ Banias, a Canadian himself, says his homeland does a thorough job of recording such incidents.
Canada has a significant UFO history. We're one of the few countries that actually logs and collects UFO data on a yearly basis and then publishes the results of those findings. There are more sightings of UFOs over Quebec than in any other Canadian province.
Whatever this thing is, it's not making any noise, and it's not clear how it stays aloft.
The object is quite curious to me because it seems to have no visible means of propulsion, maybe even exhibiting anti-gravity properties. It's sort of just suspended in air and for a period of time. So this very well could be something not of this world.
So we've done stories of UFOs spotted at forest fires, hovering around flaming volcanoes, and even flying into the sun's corona. But this is a rare instance where a UFO almost looks like it's on fire. To shed some light on what we're seeing, we turn the video over to our experts. First, video analyst Mark D'Antonio examines the video and its metadata to see if we can trust it.
As far as the video being something that was fake or hoaxed, I don't believe that that's the case. I think that this is an actual object.
This object doesn't have propellers or produce exhaust, so our experts eliminate a drone or plane. And the sky is completely clear, so D'Antonio rules out a cloud.
This is not anything weather-related. Where there's no sun, it's dark under there, and where there is sun, it's bright. It kind of shows us that it's a 3D object being illuminated by the sun.
And what looks like fire might not be flame, but really a glint of sunlight off a shiny surface, says aviation expert Tim McMillan.
It's something that appears to have a very highly reflective surface. It's reflecting sunlight, very much like a mirror. And so all of that is very characteristic of a bright, shiny silver mylar party balloon. And at one point, you can almost make out a shape, maybe an H, or, at some point it almost maybe looks like a horse.
D'Antonio and McMillan think it's a balloon of some sort that's reflecting light so intensely it looks like it's on fire. But neither can explain exactly why the reflected light is so red, why the colors sometimes shift, or even why it's that strange shape.
I can't say it's not a UFO, unequivocally, but I do believe it's a mylar balloon.
So, our verdict? The deciding moment for us is when the object turns sideways. We have to agree with our experts. With its wrinkles and strange shape, it sure looks like a partially deflated balloon. But we don't know what the letter is supposed to be. So it's a UFL, unidentified flying letter? I think it's an N. February 2020, an Airbus A320 is on a routine flight soaring over Medellin, Colombia. Little does the captain know he's about to find out he's sharing the friendly skies.
The pilot does us the favor of showing his altimeter, and we can see that he's flying around 30,000 feet in altitude.
The pilot then points his camera phone out of the cockpit window, and watch this as he zooms in. A metallic-looking object, a polyhedron of some sort, whizzes by in a straight line. We slow it down and zoom in further. You can see it kind of looks like a cube.
It has these kind of little points that stick out. It does seem to be darker in color and not like a bright, shining balloon. Whatever this is, it definitely shouldn't be there.
Now, it's hard to judge this object's size without knowing how far away it is, but scientist Amy Eskridge estimates it's 10 to 15 feet in diameter.
One theory is that if we were visited by another civilization, they might send probes ahead of when they actually come.
And consider this. A similar object was spotted by an FA-18 fighter pilot in 2018 at an altitude of 35,000 feet. It still hasn't been identified, and its structure, unlike any known airframe, lends credence to the alien probe theory.
They might want to collect data, maybe do a little surveillance, a little monitoring before they actually show up.
In the U.S., we associate Medellin, Colombia with drug cartels. But in South America, the city is known for UFO sightings. In fact, after UFOs were spotted over a soccer stadium and above a forest, the city earned the title the New Roswell. So we're turning to our experts to see if they can tell us what's going on.
I've analyzed several videos in depth of UFOs and UAPs over the course of my career, and the way that it's traveling on screen in the area of the clouds does appear to be consistent with recordings that I have deemed authentic.
So while Primo can't find anything technically wrong with the video, something just doesn't look right to him.
What caught my eye is when the camera's panning up to the skyline, the operator instinctively zooms in, almost like he's expecting this object as it's coming towards the airplane. This was peculiar to me. So the feel of the video upon visual analysis feels staged.
But Primo thinks it's possible the pilot was just plain lucky to zoom in right as the object flies past the plane. MJ Panias agrees.
Pilots are the people who work in the sky and operate in it, so they're going to have the best view of any potential UFOs around them.
We turn this video over to our aviation expert, Tim McMillan. He thinks whatever was shot over Medellin is too slow to be any kind of plane or missile, and it looks nothing like a drone.
Initially, when it starts coming, I thought it's probably a balloon.
Regular helium balloons rarely make it to this altitude. When they get this high, the helium expands and the balloon pops. But solar balloons are different. Used as toys or for research, they're usually made from dark material to absorb the sun's heat. They rise as the air inside warms and expands. They've gone as high as 46,000 feet, but in general, when they hit the cooler air up high, they start to lose shape and altitude. It's just too cold for them to stay aloft.
It almost seems to have an odd cube-like shape. That is exactly what the Navy pilots have reported seeing off the east coast of the United States. Currently, part of the unidentified aerial phenomenon is being investigated by the Department of Defense. I don't have a good explanation.
So, assuming it's not a hoax, it's certainly not a drone or a known aircraft. It's possibly a balloon. I mean, when you look at that speed, your mind goes there. But it's extremely rare for a solar balloon to reach this altitude. By process of elimination, we'll go with genuine UFO. So humans might not be the only pilots up in the sky. November 2020, the Red Rock Desert of southern Utah. A helicopter crew and state biologists are counting bighorn sheep when something catches their eye. They land and make this astounding discovery. A large, shiny silver object tucked into an almost inaccessible canyon.
It's just wild.
Look closer. From every angle, it's clear this thing does not belong here. Utah keeps its location secret, but news leaks out on social media, and it's quickly labeled the Utah Monolith. U.S. Army vet David Serber takes all the secrecy as a challenge.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna find this place, right?
It was probably 11 p.m. and I drove for 6 hours straight through the night to try to get there.
David works his way deep into a canyon.
I don't see anyone.
Just after daybreak, he rounds a corner.
There she is.
And it's just there. I was like, oh God. And it was just a really cool experience to have a few minutes alone with it.
There are a few things more iconic than a monolith. Whether we're talking about the monolith that started 2001: A Space Odyssey or the obelisks of ancient Egypt. So when this mysterious metal monument popped up, it really sparked people's imagination. The idea being that possibly one of the ways that aliens would contact us would be to leave an information-laden monolith for us to investigate and discover.
One focus on the internet was whether the monolith was constructed with alien building materials.
The belief was that they are comprised of something called a metamaterial or a metametal.
Metamaterials are engineered to have properties not found naturally on Earth. Special composites of metal strands and ceramics are created to absorb radar for stealth technology. And there are reports from reputed UFO crash sites that the craft contain alloys that give them anti-gravity and cloaking characteristics. Accounts of alien metamaterials went mainstream in 2017 with a New York Times article.
According to the New York Times report, Bigelow Aerospace was contracted by the government to store possible materials from alien craft.
It's believed that the U.S. government is studying these alien materials to create the next generation of weapons. Could the Utah monolith be made of the same sort of alien materials? David tests it.
I had a magnet with me, mainly because we were trying to figure out, what type of metal is it?
Not sticking.
And also, was it a solid object or was it hollow?
Not solid.
So what's it made of? And by whom? Other mysterious monoliths have been discovered recently, often in remote locations, in Romania, the Isle of Wight, and Sweden. Are these objects some sort of alien calling card? Or could they be the product of a very creative and very human mind?
When you first see this, you can't help but think of some type of extraterrestrial technology. However, there's nothing about what we're seeing in this video that leads me to believe it's manufactured from any kind of exotic materials.
Unlike reports of UFO metamaterials, the monolith doesn't defy gravity, and it's definitely not cloaked. In person, David noticed fingerprint smudges and ragged corners as well as other signs of terrestrial construction.
The telltale signs of those rivets would make me believe this is man-made, no matter how kind of anomalous its appearance is.
For McMillan, that's the giveaway, the signs of ordinary earthbound metalwork. If it is human-made, Kathy Strain has an idea why someone went through all the effort to put it in the middle of nowhere.
I think it's a message of beauty, of artwork, maybe makes you reflect more that I wanted to come here for the wilderness.
Some artists, like Donald Judd, believe that wilderness is the ultimate art gallery and use isolated locations for installation sites. But who made this and what it's made from is almost impossible to determine from a video.
Ultimately, you're not going to be able to determine exactly what this object is until you get it into a lab and under in-depth analysis.
But just as it appeared out of nowhere, the Utah monolith vanished, literally overnight. So until it's found and we can get it into a lab, our verdict, this is not an alien artifact. It's either a human artwork or a hoax. Either way, it's a compelling conversation piece. February 25th, 2021. Residents of Queensland are going about their business when this tears open the sky. Twin bright streaks tracing the same flight path, making this a peculiar video even by today's UFO standards.
What the f is that?
What the hell is it?
That is insane. Look, it's just disappeared.
Take a closer look. At first glance, they look like meteors. But do meteors fall in a row like this? And do they have such long tails? Hundreds report seeing these streaking objects. And some suspect they are somehow connected to a secret base almost 1,000 miles away.
Another area in Australia that's been known for curious activity would be Pine Gap, Australia. There have been very frequent recordings of all kinds of unexplained things in the night sky in that area.
Pine Gap is a top-secret American base in the Australian outback that we know tracks and spies on satellites. Many also believe it conceals an underground city where scientists develop a wide variety of clandestine projects involving UFOs. There are numerous stories of flying discs appearing in the sky over the base, and it's rumored to contain a plasma gun capable of shooting down anything in low orbit.
It's alleged that there is a lot of experimentation and dark technology that has gone on there.
Construction at Pine Gap started in 1966, the height of the Cold War, so it's often referred to as Australia's Area 51. But is there really a connection between Pine Gap and these streaking lights? We turn the video over to the experts. First, we ask astronomer Mark D'Antonio if these flaming objects could just be strange meteors.
Meteors move anywhere from 10 to 20,000 kilometers per hour when they hit our atmosphere. This is moving way too slow. It's only moving at a few times the speed of sound.
So could these objects have originated from Pine Gap? Our experts look at the key evidence that the objects themselves are on fire and say no. A plasma ray would look like a laser beam or a bolt of lightning, and an exploding missile would send parts flying in all directions, not in this orderly row. So could they be UFOs? If so, NASA's Bob Anderson says an advanced civilization would be unlikely to construct spacecraft that cross the galaxy only to burn up on arrival.
You would not expect it to heat up like that and burn off part of its shield to get into the Earth's atmosphere.
Of course, not everything in the sky is a meteor, UFO, or secret weapon.
This is sort of the characteristic of a re-entering piece of space debris of some kind. The lightweight materials burn up and fall away first, and the heavy materials like the engines, those continue for quite some time.
D'Antonio thinks another big clue is the specific location of the sighting.
To the right of Australia in the Pacific is a location that's called the satellite graveyard. And when satellites are purposefully deorbited to crash back to Earth, they're deorbited into this one spot in the ocean.
In fact, Australia is sandwiched between two areas where most satellites are deliberately crashed. More than 300 spacecraft have broken up and dropped there. They are the most remote regions of the ocean and farthest from populated areas. When D'Antonio digs deeper, he finds this object might be an especially big piece of space junk that's separated into these pieces upon re-entry.
What this turned out to be was a Chinese Long March that was sent to the satellite graveyard in the ocean.
China's Long March rocket has a massive booster measuring 35 feet long and 9 feet wide. With roughly one satellite crashing into the ocean every few weeks, D'Antonio has some advice.
Be very careful when you're out there. You might get hit by a satellite.
Okay, joking aside, we're going to agree with D'Antonio and call this one space junk, an expired Chinese rocket. NASA has recently scolded the Chinese for what it considers irresponsible behavior in the disposal of expired space equipment. 2011, a resident of Jerusalem is out for a stroll when a bright light over the old city catches his eye. He begins to film, and this is what his camera captures. A bright ball of light hangs over the old city. Strange on its own, but then it drops down to just above the buildings, hovers, and amazingly zooms straight up, literally in the blink of an eye. Watch this last part again. The ball of light seems to be just above roof level. There's a bright flash that stuns the onlookers. Whoa! And it rockets up and out of frame in less than a second. This isn't just happening anywhere. The orb, or whatever it is sighted over one of Earth's holiest places, the Dome of the Rock, also known as the Temple Mount.
The Dome of the Rock is one of the most important sites in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam where Muhammad ascended into heaven. It's also the site where Abraham was about to sacrifice his son Isaac to God.
It is also where Solomon was said to have built the first temple, and centuries after it was destroyed, where Jesus cast out the moneylenders of the Second Temple. Could we be witnessing a modern-day miracle?
We have lots of stories where people, when they are having a religious moment, see lights in the sky. Because we're at a holy site, maybe something holy is happening.
This idea of a UFO Holy Land connection was revived in 2020 when an Israeli space expert sent eyes looking towards the heavens with a startling claim.
Haim Ashad, who was Israel's space security chief, went on record claiming that Earth was being visited by extraterrestrials. You literally had the highest ranking official of Israel's space program coming out publicly stating that there was a galactic federation of alien races.
Ishad, who was promoting a book at the time, has never revealed his sources, but he's not the only believer in this federation. It is said that the Federation consists of hundreds of thousands of members and was founded millions of years ago.
Well, I believe this statement by the Israeli Space Secretary is the truth. This whole idea of the Galactic Federation can be traced back to the Eisenhower administration in 1950. There were numerous reports that he had contact with an extraterrestrial.
Haim Eshed says that as part of the pact, we're allowing aliens to conduct experiments on Earth, and we built a joint underground base on Mars. So is this object a UFO, a known craft, or a bit of video hocus pocus? First, could this be Israel's Iron Dome missile system? It has been used to detect and shoot down over 2,000 rockets.
The problem with that is it shoots up. It doesn't come down like this does. Number two, the object ends up hovering. The defense system doesn't do that. As far as whether that could be a drone, there's a lag time. When you add full power, we didn't see that. It just went book straight up in the air. So that takes drone out of the equation.
That seems to narrow it down to one option, a UFO. If the video is real, we run it by Michael Primo's expert eye.
So I began the analysis with media interrogation, noted that there was insufficient digital information to verify it as a camera original. The metadata was scarce.
Whoa. That likely means the video was run through at least one software program, stripping away much of the metadata.
Upon further analysis, we applied macro block visualization. This essentially means that the software took that information out, and those gradient values aren't actually recorded in the original recording. So in conclusion, this recording should not be considered authentic.
Whoa! It looks like someone had some fun making this video, so we're going to call it a hoax. But this in no way disproves the Galactic Federation claim. According to Haim Eshed, the aliens will make themselves known to the wider world once humankind is ready for the truth. May 2015, a local horticulturalist is recording himself during a routine mushroom hunt in the woods of northern Illinois.
These look pretty big.
The footage, shot from his perspective, shows him calmly narrating as he walks through the forest, pointing his camera at various mushrooms scattered on trees and logs.
This one looks like it has a bite out of it.
After pointing out what looks like a half-eaten mushroom, the man is startled by a strange and scary sound seemingly coming from nearby. It's a long, drawn-out howl that lasts about 9 seconds and certainly sounds like an animal of some kind. The mushroom hunter pans his camera back and forth to see if he can spot anything, but sees nothing.
I think it's time to go.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt believes Bigfoot is a real primate, and like other primates, capable of producing a huge array of vocalizations and noises.
So this I would characterize as a yell or a scream, which does fit into the paradigm of the Bigfoot world.
Gerhardt claims Sasquatches are social animals and may vocalize if there's another one nearby.
Most animals vocalize for a couple of primary reasons. One is for mating.
But Gerhardt believes this actually isn't a mating call. It's a war cry.
This particular vocalization has a definitive sound of aggressiveness. I would say whatever is making the sound is trying to scare this person out of its area.
One theory is that this particular alleged Sasquatch is just defending its feeding grounds.
Bigfoot is what we call an opportunistic omnivore, which basically means it eats anything. And it would make perfect sense that as an omnivore, Bigfoot would find an abundant and plentiful food source in this mushroom patch.
Most Bigfoot sightings in Illinois occur in the south in places like Shawnee National Forest. But this encounter allegedly took place in the north. There is a theory that Bigfoot is a transient species, and one of the reasons they're so hard to find is that they're always on the move. So if they exist, it's plausible they could be in the area. But let's turn it over to our experts. Anthropologist Kathy Strain wonders if we could be hearing a black bear. Now, there haven't been native populations of those bears in the state for a century, but it's believed that stragglers from neighboring Missouri and Wisconsin can travel to the state. So how about it?
Bears do regularly growl. However, they don't tend to scream or yell for long periods of time. Their growls are very concentrated. But this was very loud and very extended.
Biologist Dr. Floyd Hayes examines the other possibilities.
The coyote or wolf can have a long howl, but it sounds quite different than that. It sounds more like a dog howl. And I don't think there's any smaller animals like a fox that would make a call that loud. So the only possibilities in my mind would be either a human or this mythical Bigfoot creature.
So we turn the video over to our expert sound ecologist, Dr. Ben Gottesman.
We see that the sound lasts for about 10 seconds. At the beginning, it's a very throaty, broadband scream, but then it ends in this long, drawn-out tonal wail.
Under further examination, Gottesman says something rings hollow about this sound.
This is an open forest, and yet there's a certain muffled quality to the sound. So I went digging, and I found the following sound effect from a show about dinosaurs. Sound familiar? It's a match. Listen again. This recording is a hoax.
So, our verdict, this is a hoax. These aren't real Bigfoot vocalizations. They're just sound effects cleverly edited into a video in order to create an internet sensation. Still, that doesn't discount the idea that Sasquatch could be a mushroom lover. Just make sure to avoid the poison ones, big guy. It's November 23rd, 2019. Not far from the southern border between Arizona and Mexico, Department of Homeland Security agents are flying an RC-26 surveillance aircraft on the hunt for drug smugglers, when suddenly their infrared cameras capture this. Let's zoom in for a closer look. The strange object has a solid body that tapers at one end with what looks like a smaller circle above the other end. Its odd shape has an uncanny resemblance to everyone's favorite bath toy, and instantly becomes known as the rubber duck UFO. In September 2021, UFO investigator Andy Marshall receives the footage from a secret source at the Department of Homeland Security.
When I opened it, I realized, wow, this is like a leak of all leaks. I've seen many drones, I've seen balloon footage, and this is what I do for a living. I do my due diligence, and I believe it's a legitimate UAP or UFO.
Journalist MJ Benaya says the video took everyone by surprise when it first landed online.
It is shaped like a rubber duck. This is definitely bizarre, but using the information on screen, we can deduce it seems to be around 6 feet in length. So it's quite a small object.
The video shows the rubber duck flying for nearly an hour, and because the footage comes from an official federal agency, Benaya says the UFO community is taking this rubber duck very seriously.
What's different about this video is the other videos that the United States government has released concerning unidentified aerial phenomena is its length. It's much easier to pull data out of an hour-long video to figure out what we're looking at versus a very short video, for example, in the Tic Tac UFO video.
But while no one knows yet what the rubber duck is, what we do know is that this footage was not meant for the public to see. There's another thing that distinguishes this government UFO video from all the other headline-making incidents of the recent past. Those military encounters all took place over water and were observed by Navy planes or warships. This takes place over land, on the border no less. So does this signal a new wave of UFOs interacting with the government? We're going to turn this over to our experts to see if this rubber duck UFO is all it's cracked up to be. First, we asked Rich Hoffman of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies to examine the footage.
But one of the things we're finding out about UFO study is that basically shape doesn't really seem to matter much. We've had objects that are discs, some are triangles, some are cigar shaped, cylindrical.
But while UFO shapes can be different, Hoffman notes that what typically defines a UFO are common behavioral characteristics, including hypersonic speed, cloaking, and transmedium travel.
This one didn't seem to make any pronounced types of speed changes that we would say instantaneous acceleration. It didn't stop in the air and hover. It didn't do the things that you might typically see in a lot of UFO cases.
So if the rubber duck is a conventional object, could it be an airplane? Hoffman says the shape of the object and the thermal nature of the camera offer clues.
The temperature of the aircraft would not be the solid white that you see on that image. You would see the variations in terms of color. In fact, in the very beginning of the video, you can see where the heat is maybe coming out of an exhaust part of that engine, and that's what it would have looked like.
If a conventional aircraft is off the table, could it be another kind of machine? We take that question to aviation expert Tim McMillan.
We know there's a lot of drone traffic that comes across the southern border in the United States, particularly with drug trafficking, some type of illegal substance that's being attached to a larger drone above it.
The cheap cost and low skill level needed to operate makes drones a common tool used by cartel members to move drugs across the border.
We should be able to see the characteristics of a drone. If this is a quadcopter drone, we should see those rotors spinning. We never see that. Based on just the totality of the factors, I don't have a good answer.
Next, we ask science writer Mick West to take a look.
We can use the data from this plane to measure how far it goes over the course of the video. It actually only moves about 8 to 10 miles over the course of the entire 20-30 minutes that it's tracking the object. It seemed like it was moving 120 miles per hour. But since it only moves around 8 miles in like 30 minutes, it really means it's moving less than 20 miles per hour, which is not much faster than normal wind speed. So we know that this object probably isn't moving very fast at all. It doesn't change direction. It doesn't seem to change altitude. It's flying in a straight line.
Mick adds up all these individual factors and arrives at a hypothesis.
One possibility is this rubber duck shape is actually a bunch of balloons, where some of them are at the bottom of the body, and then the upper one is the head. It might just be some party somewhere. They just blew in the wind, and this is what we ended up with. So I think it's probably not some kind of alien spaceship.
Ultimately, the video ends with the rubber duck still flying, leaving Mick to admit that his theory is just that, a theory.
We don't know how this story ends. All we have is this section of the video. We don't know what happens after that. So there's still a mystery as to what happened after this video.
Our verdict? Well, Mick's analysis of the balloon hypothesis has merit. The video doesn't give us a clear enough image to make that call with confidence. Whatever the image is, we know Border Patrol agents filmed it until their time in the air came to an end. They probably wouldn't have done that for something commonplace. So we're going to call this a genuine UFO for now, until it's properly identified. Meanwhile, if any other citizen journalists out there come in contact with more official government footage of unidentified objects, please send it to us for analysis. May 15th, 2021. Hamid Vitalis is walking along the Brooklyn Promenade on his way to work at his freestyle rap channel, when he looks out over the Manhattan skyline, whips out his phone, and captures this.
And I'm over here on the promenade looking at some going on. And when I looked at the phone, I saw 3 dots. So I looked up in the sky. I said, hold up, wait a minute. They were basically sitting in a solid pyramid formation.
3 orbs of light hover in the sky. They appear to be stationary. Then a plane appears from the left, passing across the sky toward the orbs.
And right when that plane came, that's when they started darting off. Yo, where'd they go? And only one stayed, and then the one darted off right in my face. And also I was like, yo, hold up. Wait a minute. What did I just witness, y'all?
Let's play that back, zoomed in and slowed down. The 3 orbs form a triangle. They seem to hover right over Manhattan as a plane, those small moving lights, approaches them from below. And 2 vanish in an instant.
Where the lights go? Yo, where'd they go?
And then the 3rd slowly dims away. Why would UFOs be so attracted to the flavor New York is delivering?
Some people believe UFOs go to where all the action is because they pick up on the energy. Well, like moths, you know, they're attracted to the light.
UFO sightings doubled in New York City in 2020. One theory is that in the pandemic, people were taking the time to check out the night sky. The other obvious reason could be that UFOs come here to observe more frequently when our planet is in crisis. Our experts are in a New York state of mind. Let's see what they think. Mark D'Antonio says Hamet's video's metadata is consistent with camera phones. He thinks it's authentic and unaltered, but he doesn't see anything special in their shape.
Well, any 3 points makes a triangle. So if you're going to see 3 objects in the sky, you're always going to see some form of triangle.
D'Antonio quickly runs through what he thinks the orbs could and couldn't be.
If they were helicopters, then we would expect them to have their own recognition lights. They don't. Now, could they be drones? I don't believe that's what we're looking at. You'll notice that they're also really, really orange. What I see is what could be a classic case of a sky lantern.
Our aviation analyst, Tim McMillan, has a very different idea about what they are.
I think the biggest problem with them being sky lanterns is the fact that how bright they appear to be.
McMillan thinks the bright lights from the big city would drown out those from a drone or a sky lantern. He believes the answer is just a matter of perspective.
It's extremely difficult to judge the distance, height, altitude of aircraft. And when you're just looking at a couple of bright lights in the sky, it's even more difficult.
There were flights arriving at New York's LaGuardia Airport roughly every 10 minutes that night. And McMillan wonders if these are landing lights that are much farther apart than they appear.
Oftentimes, you can see these lights up to 100 miles away. And so I think we're looking at here is a series of aircraft that are coming in on an approach to the airport there with their landing lights on. It's giving this illusion that they're in this triangular pattern, or because they're at different altitudes as they're coming in.
There are over 3,000 flights in and out of New York City airports most days. And if these are 3 planes, they are probably about 5 miles apart from each other as they approach for landing. Their lights would easily be visible from Brooklyn. But how could they seem to disappear?
It may actually be that the aircraft have turned in banks, so they're no longer facing them directly.
Both D'Antonio and McMillan are pretty confident about their conclusions, but we're going to go with McMillan. Planes are far brighter and more numerous than sky lanterns over New York. Hamet is shooting a video for his rap channel most nights, so if he discovers any more freestyle in UFOs, we'll drop the knowledge right here. October 2018, Hohhot, the industrial capital of Inner Mongolia. The city of 2.8 million is going about its business when this tears across the sky. A large, bright object corkscrews overhead, leaving a breathtaking trail. Startled citizens all over the city begin filming. It looks like some sort of vapor swirling in the sky. And at one point, right here, it looks like a beam shining down on the city.
This thing, whatever it was extremely strange looking. So you kind of can't blame people for looking up and thinking, it's an alien spaceship.
Of course, a rocket launch is the obvious explanation. But hang on, rocket launches don't usually happen over large, densely populated areas. Their contrails aren't typically illuminated like this one. And importantly, they usually have linear flight trajectories, not this weird corkscrewing path.
It doesn't seem to be going anywhere specific. It seems to kind of be meandering throughout the sky.
That raises another theory. Might this be the debut of a breakthrough military technology?
One explanation that has been posited is that they come from the Dongfang Aerospace City, where they are creating new types of technology, space-age technology, and that they are the result of an effort to give China a leg up in the space race.
There's a lot of mystery surrounding this particular area, and no one has come forward to claim responsibility, so we don't actually know what happened here.
Uy, bumigat siya, oh! Ang laki! Lucky may kasalo pa kalamansi! Yes, opo! Bigger! Kasha sa dalawa for more sarappiness! Lucky Me Pansit Canton Kasado Pack. Yan ang deserve mong sarapines. Happy Wee!
The Chinese military keeps a tight lid on what's happening at Dongfang. Foreigners are rarely allowed to visit. But we do know the Chinese admitted to using a missile to destroy one of their own satellites back in 2007. So is this video proof of some new advanced space weapon? Is it a craft from out of this world? Or something else entirely? Astronomer and video effects designer Mark D'Antonio first considers that this might be a comet.
Oh, this is cool. We talk about comets in the night sky all the time. And comets do move across the sky.
But known comets are astronomical objects millions of miles away.
They take days, if not weeks, to move across the sky. This is moving across the sky in a matter of seconds. So, is it a comet that's very close to the Earth? If it was that close to the Earth, it would probably envelop the entire Earth. This glow would be everywhere.
So we can rule out that theory. As for a UFO, in general, one of their defining characteristics is an unknown means of propulsion, like the famous Tic Tac video from 2004.
In a lot of the truly unexplained UFO videos that we see, we don't see the characteristics that you have in this video. Namely, all of this exhaust trail that you're seeing here.
That massive exhaust trail brings us back to the rocket theory, but there's some explaining to do. First, that illumination. How can it be a rocket if it doesn't look like night launches in the US? McMillan has a theory based on the time of day.
These videos were filmed roughly an hour after sunset. And so what you're seeing is the rocket itself is above and high enough altitude with the curvature of the Earth that the sun is actually still reflecting light off of the exhaust trail.
Okay, but what about that bizarre corkscrewed flight path?
So whatever the object is, you can see it's changing trajectory. Could this be some type of classified or experimental rocket testing? Possibly we're looking at some kind of GPS, laser-guided, some type of rocket system that is targeting something, potentially moving. You can see these patterns in something like Israel's Iron Dome system, which is designed to seek out rockets as an air defense measure. That's also on the table.
But hang on. McMillan says the fact that this happened over a highly populated area opens up another, less impressive possibility.
So it certainly appears that we have something that has gone awry, and it's not traveling the path that it was intended. The idea that it could be a failed rocket system is certainly plausible.
Our verdict here? This was a Chinese rocket. But what it was and whether this video captured a failed launch or a success, we can't say. If the Chinese launched at night to keep it secret, well, we can safely say that didn't work. One thing is certain. The new space race is underway, and the Chinese government is building its own space station. So we are sure to hear more about their ambitions in the coming years.
CDO Fantastic Casino. Bawat kagat, dama ang mahigpit na yakap.
This story will challenge your understanding of reality.
I've never had this conversation publicly. Literally a game changer.
The mainstream media wouldn't touch it.
We are at a turning point in human history.
People's right to know.
There is a real phenomenon here. There's no question about that.
It's the biggest story ever. It really is, too.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
It's just incredible.
The Pentagon has admitted
something is in our sky. An unprecedented admission.
So extraordinary.
it's engaging with him.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
There's video of that fleet.
This affects the entire world.
This is a global phenomenon.
Something quite incredible. All governments will lie to the public.
The inside of the car was lit up.
You need to come with us.
This is a very real phenomenon. This is coming directly from the Pentagon.
This is not of this earth.
We have no idea its intent.
You know, it was absolutely mind-blowing.
We don't know where these things are coming from.
We are well beyond reasonable doubt.
High-level officials are acknowledging this.
They are focused on our nuclear weapons.
Highly trained observers.
I was stunned to my core.
Fighter pilots. Circular radar data.
So extraordinary.
Iranian UFOs at the same time, at the same place.
The object knew where they were going.
I want to know the truth, Ross.
This is real.
There was something under the water.
And then all of a sudden, bam, it's gone.
This is the biggest story ever.
Are there other imagery that would blow people's socks off if they saw it?
Absolutely.
It's the biggest question of all. For millennia, human beings have looked up into the sky and asked the question, are we alone in the universe? Well, in a few short weeks' time, a report's coming in here to the Congress that may provide at least the beginnings of an answer. We're at a really interesting time in history here where I think for the first time since World War II, the US military is actually quite openly admitting that there's a mystery it can't explain. And what we know is that there's a UAP task force, an unidentified aerial phenomena task force, which quite incredibly has been operating in secret inside the Pentagon, apparently for years, investigating the phenomena of UFOs, flying saucers. Strange craft in our skies.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. Look at that thing.
We may be looking at a situation where we've got to consider the possibility of intelligent, non-human life for the first time on this planet.
Ross Coulthard has been on a year-long investigation. Along the way, recording every moment, every revelation in a book and on camera. Searching for the truth via eyewitness evidence and unimpeachable experts about a subject once ridiculed but now being taken very seriously indeed.
I'm fascinated by the fact that for 50 years there's been a taboo, a deliberate stigma, ridicule attached to the subject of UFOs. People kind of giggle. There's a kind of an ironic smile that creeps across their face, and they immediately start talking about tinfoil hats. But the reality is, when you dig, there's a heck of a lot of evidence there to show that there's something very real at the bottom of all of this.
For the millions of chicken joyers, only the crispiest, juiciest, best-tasting Jollibee Chicken Joy.
In the middle of the New Mexico desert, a stone's throw from Roswell, historian David Marler has been compiling a treasure trove of top-secret files spanning more than half a century. But it's what's been happening most recently, admissions from multiple high-ranking US officials about unexplained aerial phenomena, or UAPs, that has him most excited.
The recent admissions on the part of the U.S. government has been literally a game changer with regard to the subject and with regard to the perception, public perception of the UFO subject.
Why?
Well, for decades, the Air Force, FBI, CIA, all the official agencies had a policy of denial. Deny the subject, dispel the subject, debunk the subject.
Much of that culture of denial changed with the leaking of these tapes from the Department of Defense, or DoD, in 2017.
My gosh. That's not LNS stuff, is it? It's not. I do have LNS, dude. Well, if there's a thing.
Infrared images captured from on board the United States' most sophisticated fighter jets and Navy ships.
Topside, gust of 40.
What was splashed? Splashed. Mark bearing and range. Echo 61, thanks.
We have the sensing apparatus to detect objects. And as we found with the recent DoD videos, we are detecting objects, and they are highly anomalous in nature.
And they're not any known human technology
that we know of. We see this hyper-acceleration with complete absence of a sonic boom. We see the objects have the ability to hover and then rapidly accelerate in the blink of an eye. We used to hear these stories within UFO circles by UFO nutters, but we're hearing this from credible senior-level government and military officials that are all basically telling us the same story. And to what end? Why would they lie?
So who are the officials that you attach most credibility to by reputation, who you think have said interesting things in recent months?
I would have to say Chris Mellon.
Christopher Mellon was a very senior official, a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the United States Department of Defense in the Clinton and Bush administrations.
Have you heard about the Stevensville incident around George Bush's ranch?
But more recently, he emerged as the source who released to the New York Times those now famous videos.
So let's go through it very carefully. Are these objects intelligently controlled?
Some of them clearly are, yeah.
Could they be Russian, Chinese, or any other adversary
Conceivably.
country?
We're entertaining that possibility, sure.
What do you think?
The problem with that is that in some cases the performance of these vehicles is so extraordinary, it's so radical, that we don't understand how it's possible even. And so it's difficult for us to imagine how our terrestrial rivals could master that kind of technology.
In April last year, here at the Pentagon, the US Department of Defense made an unprecedented admission. It acknowledged that the videos taken by their fighter pilots of unidentified objects are real. So, if they're not ours, if they're probably not Russian or Chinese or any other potential adversaries, does that mean they're alien?
I think that we have to entertain that possibility.
Now, you realise that is just mind-blowing in its immensity. The implications of that are extraordinary. We're talking about the possibility of alien life visiting this planet.
It is, and it is mind-boggling. It's hard to process, it's hard to digest, and yet, as a matter of integrity, scientific integrity, we have to be able to look at the facts and follow them wherever they lead.
Where they lead us next is to this man.
My name is Luis Elizondo. I'm a former intelligence officer with the United States government.
For years, all lines of investigation led to him. The person the United States government put in charge of a secretive Pentagon unit called ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program.
What did you determine
Well, I think it is very clear that our organization determined the reality of something is in our sky. We don't know what it is. We don't know how it works. We have no idea its intent and only seen some of its capabilities, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it right now. And I think that fact has been established, that this is a very real phenomenon. Now, what that phenomenon is still remains unknown.
But by definition, anything, any technology that is superior to yours in the American military is a threat, isn't it?
It is a potential threat, and for that reason, this is why it is a national security issue. If there is a technology that has somehow leapfrogged ahead of us, that has the capabilities that we're seeing, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic velocities, low observability, transmedium travel, and anti-gravity, and it has the ability to fly unimpeded over our controlled U.S. airspace at will, and there's nothing we can do about it, yes, that's a national security imperative. That is a problem. That is a potential threat.
If there is a threat to the US, and indeed to the world, it has been kept a very big secret for many, many years.
When we look at decades-long denials on the part of the U.S. government and military forces with regard to the UFOs, they denied, they denied, they denied.
Then in December 2017, everything changed. One of the world's greatest newspapers, the New York Times, revealed the existence of a Pentagon unit secretly investigating UFOs. And even more extraordinary, it had the videos to prove it.
He saw this white oblong object, which he said looked like a tic-tac, kind of zigzagging around over the surface of the water.
Leslie.
Yeah.
UFOs. Real?
Of course.
Leslie Keane was the journalist who broke the story after being let into secrets long buried by successive governments.
I mean, you were called and told to turn up, I think, to a hotel room somewhere in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, hotel lobby. It was a big meeting space in a lobby in Washington.
Who was there?
Chris Mellon was there, and of course the purpose of it was for me to meet Lou Elizondo, so he was there. I was shown these documents that blew my mind.
What were the primary revelations in that story that made people, probably for the first time, sit up and say, wow, UFOs are real?
Well, I think there were two. The first revelation was that there was a secret program within the Pentagon that had started in 2007 that had been studying these objects. So this had been for 10 years, secretly being studied. Now, you don't have a program studying UFOs if there's nothing to them. The second revelation was the Nimitz case that happened in 2004. There's a lot more to that case than we were able to report, but we got that case out there in the public.
On the day in question, November 14, 2004, the USS Nimitz was performing drills off the southern Californian coastline ahead of deployment to the Persian Gulf. Another ship involved in the exercise was the USS Princeton. Manning the radar on board the Princeton was Kevin Day. For him, it was a very important day, a chance to play war games.
We were going to do high-fidelity air defense training. We launched the good guys off the Nimitz, launched the notional bad guys off the beach, and they go at it.
But it wasn't the bad guys appearing on his screen that caught his eye. Instead, a formation of unidentified flying objects.
I thought it was civilian-related, and they didn't even know we were out there. The only reason why I became concerned with these is because of that air defense exercise. Cap comes down to combat and says, hey, sir, you know, we've been tracking these objects for days now. If we launch aircraft and we hit one of these, someone's going to ask you and me both why we were so damn curious.
It's a very persuasive argument. What did the captain say?
He looks at me sternly. You're right, Senior Chief. Intercept and VID, visually ID it. Commander Fravor happened to be airborne. The Top Gun trained guy.
As he began to close the gap, the Tic Tac recognized and began to react to his movement.
It sees him, and he recognises as a fighter pilot that it's engaging with him. And so he's spiralling down like this, it's coming up to him. And he's in a dogfight, and he screams out to his colleagues, "I'm engaged!"
So it's intelligently responding.
It is absolutely intelligent responding to his actions.
That's very important, isn't it?
It is. Yeah,
it's not a dumb object.
Correct. And it began to take evasive maneuvers to counter and maintain distance between his aircraft that was closing in. By the way, an F-18 at the time, Super Hornet, one of the most premier aircraft on the planet at the time, and this thing had no problem keeping pace.
You're seeing whatever this object was.
Yeah, I've seen it on radar.
So you're picking it up on radar.
I've seen it do the intercept, and as soon as he's at the bird flat, that object went from 28,000 feet to the surface of the ocean in 0.78 seconds.
And then all of a sudden, bam, it's gone.
Bing! Disappears instantaneously.
5 seconds later, you can do the math, one of the radar operators radios into the F-18 and says, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but the object is now waiting for you at your cap point."
The cap point was an aerial rendezvous point 60 miles away, known only to a handful of Navy personnel and pilots.
They go to their cap point. It's a secret. Nobody's meant to know this outside of the briefing room of the USS Nimitz. They get to the cap point, and what's there waiting for them? The tic-tac. It's there. It's waiting for them. It knows they're coming.
The cap point, the meeting point in the air, you know, where the planes were going. So there's obviously some kind of intelligence there.
I've had people explain this to me. Some of the fighter pilots involved and some of the defence officials who've investigated this. They've said that it's the fact that it was flagging to the most sophisticated, the most highly trained weapon systems in the American military. It's literally poking its tongue out at them. It's saying, "I know you're there, I know where you're coming, your technology is hopeless against mine." It was showing its superiority to the most powerful country on Earth. That was the decisive turning point for the US military.
The accelerations that were observed would destroy 5 or 10 times over any craft that we can design or build today.
No visible propulsion system.
No visible propulsion, no obvious signs of lift, no wings, no rudders, no control surfaces, no ailerons, no elevators, no cockpit, no rivets.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
There were radical maneuvers that just are impossible for us to perform and to conceive of. I mean, we just don't know how anybody can do that. We just don't understand it.
There has been successive revelations, statements made by active and retired members of the intelligence community and military, the release of the 3 DoD videos, and the acknowledgement that the phenomenon is real.
I wish I could be hypnotized and go back. Do you know what I mean? I really do.
I think something was just telling me just to keep going. I feel like it was there to do its thing. And when it happened, I didn't think that it was happening to me.
Destination Exmouth, Western Australia. On our way here, it feels less like another country than another planet. An alien landscape where it's alleged visitors from another world have paid particular attention to us.
Dear Sir, I hereby wish to report a most unusual sighting.
When it leaves, how quickly does it leave?
Probably 10 times the speed of a jet aircraft.
Oh, very, very fast.
Very, very fast. Planes can't fly like that.
It was definitely solid. An oval, the size of a car. I have absolute clarity of that memory.
What we saw was not of this world.
Under the watchful eye of the town's flightless guards, Ross Coulthard has arrived here to investigate the strange activities of something that's been flying above Exmouth. Down Under's very own Roswell.
It was God's town. It was really God's town. I mean, Exmouth is sheer paradise.
For many years, a tropical outpost of the United States on the edge of the Australian outback.
So every morning we'd say, God save the Queen, and then we would swear allegiance to the flag.
To the American flag in Australia.
In Australia.
Hiding in its star-spangled skies, some very dark secrets.
We saw an unidentified flying object, and the US military wanted to know what we had seen. They wanted it shut up.
It, whatever it is, seems to be interested in this place, on the edge of town. A heavily guarded military installation once run by the Americans. And just a few kilometres further out, one of the strangest structures in Australia. Built to radio nuclear attack orders directly to US submarines in the event of all-out war.
You couldn't pick a more remote part of Australia to locate this extremely secret military base that was doing communications with America's most dangerous nuclear submarines at the height of the Cold War. It's one of the last places in the country to see the light every day. And one dark night, 30 years ago, a young Australian who was living here, called Annie, had an experience that was to change her life forever.
It's approximately around about 8 p.m. I called a cab. They called at my house and picked me up. And we headed straight out towards space.
And we're following that route now?
Yes, correct.
How far is it out to the Harold Holt Base?
Approximately around 5 kilometres.
So it's too far really to walk.
It is a fair way to walk, especially in very, very dark circumstances, and there's absolutely no lighting whatsoever.
You were how old at the time?
I was 25. It's just me, and I'd come out to catch up with good friends.
The good old boys here on the US base outnumbered women by 25 to 1. So, any chance to mingle was cause for celebration.
It was a brilliant night. It was a really good night. We didn't drink too much.
They had a great time, and then it was time to go.
One of the protective service officers that I was with that evening, he said, we're about to go on patrol, so we'll just pick you up and take you back into town.
In the car that night in 1991 were Annie and 2 officers from the Australian Federal Police.
The gentleman that's driving he's got his window down, he's starting to look out. And he looks at the other federal officer alongside of the other side of me, on the left-hand side of me, and says, it's back, grab my camera.
It's back?
It's back. I'm asking over and over, what's back? What's back? And then he sort of looks at me, puts his camera down. He grabs me by the back of the head and says, look up. So I lean forward and look straight above the vehicle.
What do you see?
I see a craft. I see a diamond-shaped craft hovering literally straight above the vehicle.
Are there lights?
Yes, there's lights on the bottom of it.
How big is it?
I would say 2 to 3 cars in length.
Any noise?
Nothing. There wasn't a single sound coming from this.
What colour?
Grey. It was a deep grey. Within seconds it shoots up, straight up in the sky, like faster than you could watch it, and then it comes down over here. just like there 1 minute and then there, then there. But it's still even that. Even I can show you with my hands, but it still was faster than that. So they dropped me on the edge of town, literally throw me out the vehicle and take off back.
And is that the end of it?
No. Well, I thought it was. I thought that was it.
Back home, Annie was shocked, struggling to make sense of what she'd witnessed. But her weird encounters were far from over. A few days later, another unwelcome visitor came knocking.
And suddenly 2 military police from the base show up. There was an air of, in their voice of, you need to come with us, willingly. And if you don't come willingly, then, you know, something more could go wrong there.
2 military police requested she accompany them to the base.
As we pulled up, before we even got to the gate was opened for us. And whoever would stand aside and let us through. And then we indicated to go into the top security section of the base. And the minute we indicated for that top security section, I was thinking, wow, this is really serious.
Also hauled in for questioning were the 2 men who'd been with Annie that night.
She was in the company of 2 Australian federal police officers who were then known as protective service but are now part of the federal police. And those police officers and her were cross-examined, interrogated by American people in the base in the days following the incident.
In the centre of that room were sitting the 2 federal officers. There was 3 chairs. The one in the middle was vacant, and the 2 federal officers were in the other 2 chairs.
How did they look?
Their heads were bowed. They looked like they were broken. They didn't even look up at me as I was escorted into the room and asked to sit down in the middle chair.
And I have multiple witnesses to what transpired. I'm in no doubt whatsoever that it was a secret investigation by the Americans into what Annie says that she saw. And they didn't want her to talk about it. Do you think the whole purpose of that event was to try and keep you quiet?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think I was a surprise to them. I think I was a shock to them. And I think that they didn't know what to do.
I think her story has been consistent all the way through. She's got excellent recall. She's somebody who's got a very sturdy reputation in the jobs that she's done inside the WA Public Service. Nobody can lay a glove on her, I think, in terms of credibility. And more importantly, for other good reasons that I have that I can't discuss here, I'm very confident that what she's telling me is an accurate representation of what took place that night. Can you draw it for me?
Forever burned in my brain what we saw that night. So it was sort of like very elongated front of it, like very pointed. It come down almost like a diamond shape. But the end part was taken away from it. Had lighting, like, I would say the spine of it, and then on each wing. So when it come down to the left-hand side of us and I looked over to it, what I saw was it was long but then slowly come up to a shape like that and then back down. But in this was all cut, almost like ridges in it, like a 3D effect almost.
The mystery of just what that object was that was seen hovering somewhere between this hill and that remote secret base still remains unsolved. I find that fascinating, and so do a lot of other people all around the world who've long been puzzled by the conundrum of unidentified aerial phenomena. It's something that has also been ridiculed and covered up for so long. So we've decided to follow the trail, to follow in the steps of the Americans here who took their secrets with them. We're going all the way across a continent and across the Pacific Ocean to their home country on the trail of the flying saucers. to show you an image that our friend Annie drew.
Absolutely.
That's the shape she says she saw hovering the vehicle that she was in. Is it a familiar design to you?
It is. There's some slight variations, but what's interesting to note are the lights that you see here. One of the interesting aspects of these triangular reports are the lights are not little small anti-collision lights like we see with, conventional aircraft. They're usually described as large circular discs, if you will.
Like that?
Like this.
I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
U.S. intelligence urgently canvass for signs of an imminent Soviet attack.
I think that something extremely anomalous and unusual is still happening up at Northwest Cape. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. I have no idea what it is. But there is an anomaly that has been identified and witnessed by numerous people. And I know, because I've seen the files, it has also been seen on multiple occasions by people in our Defence Department. And some of those sightings reports are in our National Archives.
Every night, when the sun finally does set on Exmouth, it becomes one of the darkest places on Earth. But that darkness was punctured one night in February 2015 by a strange blinding light off the highway, which made young driver Nikolai Gordovich rethink everything.
It was very early in the morning. No one else was on the road. I was completely by myself. And I saw this light on top of a hill. It was pure, bright, white light. The only thing I could think of like that was if it was to do with the military. I have absolute clarity of that memory.
Forgive me, why didn't you stop?
I think something was just telling me just to keep going. And now Exmouth is a place where it seems to occur.
When I was doing my preliminary research, when I went up there the first time, I had people walk up to me at the table when I was having dinner one night. They said, "Are you that journo that's investigating the flying saucers?" And I went, "Well, not quite, but I'm looking at the phenomenon." He went, "Well, good, because we've all seen it."
Adrian Arnold is another Exmouth eyewitness.
Adrian, at long last, good to finally meet you.
Hi, Ross. Good to meet you finally,
Good to meet you.
It was 1973 when he was 12 and watching a movie with friends at the local drive-in.
Between a break and filmed, I just looked up. And when I looked up, I saw 3 dots that were sort of moving in odd patterns. They moved directly one direction very quickly, and then paused, and then moved in another direction.
Couldn't it have been a plane? A helicopter?
Not likely, not where this was. Planes can't fly like that. There was no way a helicopter could move at the speed that these 3 dots left.
So they're in the shape of a triangle?
In a triangle. And at times when they moved, the triangle distorted and changed shape, but it returned back to the flat.
It was almost like a 3-dimensional triangle, a diamond. Like the top of it was 3-dimensional, but no windows, just seemed to be a solid metal object.
Annie's sighting was in 1991, but her recollection of what she saw is as clear as if it were yesterday.
That's very interesting. We don't have many lateral views of them, though. The majority that I have are when they're over the witness or relatively high in the sky. It's not often we're afforded a view like this.
It literally came and hovered next to the car as it was driving along at 100 kilometres an hour.
So we're talking just a matter of feet above the ground?
Amazing.
That's interesting. One thing I will tell you, talking about close proximity to the Earth with many of these reports, I don't have one account of a triangle landing.
We are still transmitting on behalf of the Americans from Northwest Cape, and what happens there is cloaked in secrecy. When we tried to go there and film around the base, the Defence Department kicked us off.
Channel 7's out the back taking photos and possibly film. And it's going to get lots of people's attention, and it's going to raise a lot of eyebrows, and I would prefer you left.
They told us that we weren't allowed to film certain aspects of the base. It remains highly confidential to this day. In fact, I think we had to pull back to a hill which was about 10 kilometres distant. Is there a link between nuclear weapons, do you think, and these craft?
Yes, there seems to be a strong correlation between nuclear weapons, nuclear storage sites, and UFOs.
No question, they are focused on our nuclear weapons.
And you believe they're trying to send a message?
I do. I think the message is get rid of your nuclear weapons.
A world away from Western Australia, in the foothills of Southern California, retired US Air Force weapons operator Robert Salas is keeping a close eye on reports of craft appearing in the skies over nuclear installations like Exmouth.
In the 1960s, when he was the commander of an ICBM nuclear missile launch facility, he had the ability to independently launch nuclear missiles on America's enemies. Bob was literally the guy who pulled the trigger. But he realized that somebody else was playing a game with him, and it wasn't the Russians.
In 1967, with the US and the USSR engaged in the Cold War insanity of mutually assured destruction, the then 27-year-old was in charge of launching nuclear warheads from Montana.
If given the order, I would have launched those missiles. Essentially, we're talking about the end of civilization as we know it.
It was an order he hoped he'd never receive. And on March 24, 1967, he was underground in the weapons silo, sitting by a phone he hoped would never ring. But it did. On the line was a guard up top telling Salas he'd seen a menacing light in the airspace above the atomic warheads they were in charge of.
Screaming into the phone. He's very frightened, extremely frightened. He's babbling, shouting. I finally calm him down, and he says there's a orange-red light, a large light, hovering above the front gate. And it's a pulsating light. He got all the guards out there with their weapons, and he wanted me to tell them what to do. It was, of course, crossing my mind that we were under some sort of an attack. And all of a sudden, we get bells and whistles going off. Claxons, really, loud horns. And that happens when a missile goes down for any reason.
Simultaneously or one by one?
One by one, across the board. Boom, 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 boom. Something shut down the system.
With the arsenal rendered inoperable, Salas ordered the guards back underground.
What did they say they saw?
They saw UFOs. They saw these lights hovering above the facility.
You're freaking me out, Bob. I mean, this is scary.
The point is, these objects knew and know exactly how our systems work. And they are able to interfere at any point.
So you're describing clearly a non-human intelligence, vastly superior technology.
Yes.
Interfering with the most powerful weapons at our disposal.
That's what I'm describing. Yes.
You think it was alien?
I think it was off Earth, yes, or alien.
Technology was far outreach anything that we have. What we saw was not of this world.
Of course, there may be another plausible explanation for these sightings. That what people like Annie saw was not out of this world, but of this world. In other words, secret US military technology no one was meant to see.
I just want to show you something.
Remember, 1991 was around the beginning of America's stealth program.
Have a look at that.
That looks exactly like what we saw, except the top of it was cut, like had more cuts in a three-dimensional shape. Yeah, and that makes me feel extremely anxious because that's what we saw, except the tail bit was cut off the end there.
The really interesting thing about this is that this is a stealth craft called the Hopeless Diamond.
So you're saying that this could have been the Americans doing?
Well, if it is human constructed, it suggests that maybe the Americans were testing some kind of advanced technology over Exmouth.
I feel like I'm panicking, I feel angry. If that's the truth, then why would they have buzzed and followed that car? Knowing damn well that we could see that and then try to shut us up, that makes, for me, absolutely no sense, and it is infuriating.
Why is it infuriating?
Because, I mean, realistically, it's done a lot for my life for many years, and like the fact here that I don't even want to be identified.
You're worried about being ridiculed?
Oh, absolutely. So if this is real, why would they take us onto the base and question us like they did? And insisting that we tell people we saw a weather balloon. Does that look like a weather balloon to you?
Because you and two cops had stumbled across, if this is true, probably one of the biggest secrets in the American military.
Wow.
The testing of an advanced prototype aircraft or craft of some
Why would they be dumb enough to buzz the car?
You know, in 1989, the F-117A stealth fighter, the B-2 stealth bomber.
This was hovering. The stealth bomber doesn't hover.
No, stealth bomber doesn't hover.
This thing also showed hypersonic, instantaneous hypersonic velocity.
And with that, was there a sonic boom?
No. It was also whisper quiet. There was no noise of any propulsion system at all.
The vast majority of these triangular reports are silent. There have been people directly underneath one of these that look up, and they say, if I didn't look up, I wouldn't have known it was there.
Why would these objects, these craft, be taking an interest in a place like Harold Holt Naval Communications Station?
Well, you know, these craft have shown the ability to disrupt communications. And so if it came to the point where we had to use communications from that facility, they could have disrupted those communications. I think this is simply a message to us humans to deactivate all of our nuclear weapons and basically go another direction. And also to learn how to live with each other in peace.
I've spent far too long going through National Archives documents, but they represent a fascinating counterfactual history to the history that we've been presented in public by our Defence Department for the last 50 to 60 years. The Australian government holds thousands of UFO sightings reports going back decades, many of them once classified secret or top secret. And it might surprise a lot of people to know just how seriously those sightings were taken by military investigators, even though some of those sightings describe crazy things like hovering craft, flying saucers, black triangles. But there's one very secret report, which I know exists because I've spoken to someone who saw it being prepared, which isn't in these archives, and it should be. It's perhaps Australia's greatest UFO mystery of all.
Melbourne, in the sunny, suburban, swinging 60s. What a time to be stuck at school. Westall High School, a college of about 600 pupils in Melbourne's southeast.
I was a very young man in those days. I was teaching a year 9, I think it was, class, teaching science. Just before morning tea, the door flung open. A young girl rushed in.
Mr. Greenwood, there's a flying saucer.
Mr. Greenwood, there's a flying saucer.
The bell went, and I can remember running out into the oval, looking into the sky, and seeing these things, and just standing there absolutely transfixed.
When I looked up, I could see this object in the sky. It was directly over the far side of the oval.
Never seen anything like it before in my life, haven't seen anything like it since. Trying to absorb what we were looking at because it was just something so unusual.
It was your classic cigar-shaped object that looked like grey metal. That's what it looked like.
We got some of the key witnesses to quietly, independently draw what they saw. And they drew clear, consistent images of the same sort of object. What I want you all to do is to try and draw, as best as you can, what you saw that day.
Okay.
And no peeking.
The movement was incredible. Straight up, side, up, down, all over the place.
Was that
There's sort of like a hump on the top. It's like a silvery thing, like this, and it had like little lights around it. All lights underneath it around here, around the edges.
Very interesting that all of you are describing roughly the same
There you go.
shape
There you go.
of object. So you want to hold yours up?
There you go.
That's amazing. I mean, you all give a clear and fairly consistent account of classic flying saucer.
It was a grey, almost cylindrical or cigar-shaped object which moved with some degree of precision in the sky.
Flying saucer?
I'm not going to say flying saucer, that's emotive language. But it was of the shape that you would see if you had a saucer slightly tipped on its side.
What's amazing about the Westall story is that it's as if it never happened. It's effectively been wiped from history. And yet, just down the road from this suburban RSL, 55 years ago, students, teachers, local residents looked up into the sky and saw what can only be described as a UFO, a flying saucer. And those people, those witnesses, are as sure today as they were 55 years ago about what they saw. Aren't you guys? Yes! At this time, as you're watching this, what's the reaction from the kids?
Lots of oohs and ahs. There's a significant number that then took off over the oval because it had moved, flown down apparently behind some pine trees.
I actually headed over to the corner of the school and jumped the fence and went into a place called the Grange, which is an area where we used to do our cross-country exercises, and ran towards where we had seen one appear to come down and land.
You actually saw one of the objects land?
Yes. Well, I didn't see it land, but I did see it on the ground in front of me. I could feel a heat and hear this buzzing sound, and I could see purple lights all around it. I no sooner got there, and within, I'd say, a minute, it just raised up off the ground really slowly, just kept on rising to probably about 3 or 4 metres, maybe a bit higher, and then it turned on its side and just almost just disappeared, just went straight up like that. And I looked up in the sky and I could see the other two. So it appeared to just disappear.
This is first-person evidence from people saying, I saw a craft, a mechanical object, intelligently controlled, hovering above me. That's good evidence. I think that's evidence that deserves to be taken seriously.
Within 40 minutes of the sighting, Air Force and Army personnel now look in their trucks. They were there.
You saw this?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Military turned up for sure. You're very sure about that?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And exactly what did you see? Men in uniform?
Yes. Yeah, I saw, yeah, and they actually, they had, it was like sentry guards at their different points, stopping people from going into the Grange. But you've got to remember, that was our backyard. If we wanted to get in there, we could.
Yeah. And did you sneak in?
Oh, later on, yes, I did.
And what did you see?
The circular area, the trampled grass, and there were guards around it, and there were people in there with equipment.
What do you say to the fact that officially there is no government report into this matter?
Well, because they buried it, you know, they hid it.
14 days later, Mr. Greenwood was paid a visit to his home by 2 men on official government business.
2 weeks later, a knock on the door, and when I answered it, there were 2 people there, one in plain clothes and the other one, senior Air Force. Obviously, senior had a good many rings on his sleeve, and they told me that I was wrong, that I hadn't seen anything. And when I tried to explain to them that they weren't there, I was, and I knew what I saw. And, well, I think the first suggestion was that you'd be ill-advised to go on saying that because clearly you were drunk on duty, and that will have to be reported to the Education Department, and of course you'll lose your job.
They were threatening you?
Oh, absolutely. I was threatened.
You're describing officials from our government trying to gag you from telling the truth about what you saw.
Which is quite interesting when you realise that officials from another government, 12 months later, begged me to speak about it. The Office of the President saying...
Let's be clear here, this is the President of the United States.
Yes, the President of the United States.
President of the United States.
The President had authorised the establishment of a board of inquiry or an inquiry to inquire into issues of unidentified flying objects, and that they were sending out somebody who I believe turned out to be Mr...
I think it might have been a Professor James McDonald.
James McDonald, that's the one.
Officially, he was working for the US Navy, but in his spare time he's checking many Australian reports of UFOs and comparing them with American reports. His aim is to see if the reports tally, in short, whether UFOs constitute a global phenomenon. In Melbourne, he's talking with Brian King.
Professor McDonald, what have you found here that's been of use to you?
I've investigated about 50 or 60 cases since I came down to New Zealand and Australia. Extremely interesting UFO sightings, essentially similar to those in the United States.
What are the main similarities?
Persons of really quite high credibility reporting unconventional objects, discs, cigar-shaped objects, frequently at very low elevation, hovering over sometimes urban areas, sometimes over cars, following cars.
I met this Professor McDonald. Basically, we did the same as I'm doing with you now, just went through the story.
And did he treat you respectfully?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Here, there is a recording of the interview.
Saw it there. Was it hovering, motionless when you saw it?
Well, it did several things. It did hover at times. It seemed to be able to accelerate and disappear out of sight, and then someone would see it over in another part of the sky. to move considerable distance very rapidly, and then it would move back again.
My recollection is that it was very much he asked some prompting questions, and that's all. It was basically for me to speak.
And why did it disappear? Well, this is one thing we just don't know. It vanished.
All of a sudden, while you were all looking at it?
No, it did one of these, accelerations, and nobody could pick it up again. It was gone.
Yo, what's up mga Lods? It's Bagel Peps TV. May nahalong katlong po akong video mga Lods. Ako po talagang natutuwa nung nakita ko po itong video na to. Ganito po pala tayo mag-vlog 4 years ago, no? At hindi pa po uso yung voiceover nung time na yun mga Lodi, no? Natatawa po talaga tayo pag binabalikan natin itong video na to. Tingnan nyo rin po yung aking pwesto. Ito po yung server ko. Yan din po yung ginagamit ko pang stream, pang edit ng mga video. Dahil po, all-in-one server yun. Punta tayo sa pwesto. Ayan, ito po yung aking pwesto. Ayan po. Meron po akong 14 units. Pisonet box po siya. Meron na po akong sa labas na po yung monitor. DIY ko lang po yan ginawa. Yung ibang units ko po dito, nasa magsi 6 years na yata siya kasi second hand ko lang nabili yung 5 units ko dati. Ngayon, na lang silang nabila. 2 na lang, may 4. Kasi binenta ko, tapos nag-upgrade ako to
Laking bagay nung 31 million votes, di ba? Ang tao, parang nabudol eh. Bakit akala natin mapupunta tayo sa agrikultura? Akala natin public transport? Akala natin